Feel like I'm getting deja vu. This is like a rock war number 2. A rock war number 2. I like the look of those oil supplies. I'd be ashamed if someone invaded you. If someone invaded you. And I ran so far away. Bomb I bomb them night and day. But destroy USA. A drone appears above your head. A mower bomb comes falling down on you. Falling down on you. The fleet is moving nearer still. The Strait of Hormuz, it comes in view. The oil must flow through. And I ran so far away. The bomb I bombed them night and day. But destroy USA. A tiny hand hits a big red button. Atomic bombs come falling down on you. Mushroom clouds in view. Send out a tweet to let you know. World War III 'cause Israel told me to. All for Netanyahu. And I ran so far away. Bomb bomb them night and day. And I ran so far away. Bomb bomb them night and day. But destroy USA.
I don't know why, but I love that. All right, everybody, here we go. Today is Tuesday, August 25th, 2026. Back in our studio.
Back in action,
Welcome to
baby.
the future #1 podcast in America. I tell you, what a crazy couple days. Just got to give before everybody's kind of. I don't know what's going on, but we got to get people. I don't know if something's down here, but we got to get people or wait for people to join in with us.
Mm-hmm.
So I just got to tell you my story yesterday, coming back from St. Louis to Florida. It's so bizarre to me. Now, I told you, Isaiah, I grew up right next to Lambert Airport, literally right on top of it. My friends and I would ride our bikes down to Lambert Airport and play hide and seek and play video games and hang out at the airport all day long when I was a kid.
Yep.
I'm in there yesterday, and I was in there with my wife, and I'm just looking around, and you talk about just a major change in culture and society. It is it's like death inside the airport now. Everybody is downtrodden. There is no service at all. We went to, I went to get some candy. My wife wanted some candy, some sugar as we were getting ready to get on the plane. And you go into this place and I go, and all the stuff is laying out there, but there's no costs on anything. And there's one lady working and she's kind of filling the shelves and this kind of thing. And I go, well, how much are these? She goes, scan it. Scan it. I said, okay. So I walk over.
Oh, am I getting paid now for this?
So that's what I'm saying. So there's no costs on half of the stuff. Some of it there was cost, some of it there was not.
Yeah.
And I walk over and I scan it and I go to pay for it. and it was $4.99, 72-cent tax, and then when I put my credit card in and I got my receipt back, it said $6. And I said to my wife, I go, "What happened?" She goes, "Well, you must have touched something where you donated the extra." I said, "Honey, I didn't touch anything that would donate money to these corporations. I mean, I didn't touch anything. What are you talking about?" And she said, "Well, you must have." I said, "Well, I didn't. I did not.
You donated to fund trips to Israel?
I donated money to something that apparently that it says on my receipt that I didn't authorize. All I did was scan it and put my credit card in. So I certainly didn't authorize anything. And that was the end of it. And then we get into Florida, and my poor daughter, she was trying to find the airport. She's a new driver. She's never been to the
Oh,
airport
no.
before, and she likes the dashboard maps to tell her where to go. And my wife had taken whatever thingamajiggy that would
Yep.
hook to the phone to the
Mhm.
maps, so she didn't have it. So she was, kind of stressing out a little bit. So it took her a little while to get there. She said, she hasn't even left yet because she wanted the maps and she thought that I would have the plug-in. I'd land, she'd tell her, how to plug it in, and we'd go from there. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, of
So we
course.
had time, so I said, why don't we go grab something to eat? And there is an On the Border. You ever heard of On the Border?
Oh, yeah.
It's a Mexican restaurant, and they have all the sauces that you can buy, taco sauce and that kind of thing. So we go in there, same situation. And this is why I try to remind people. So you have to scan the menu. There's one person working. Big place at the airport. There's one person working. You have to scan to get a menu, right? So when you scan that, then they take your information, right? And they sell it. I told my
Mhm.
wife, I said, she doesn't care necessarily. I do, but she doesn't. So she scans it, and they bring us our food. They did not cook the taco shells, right? So they just didn't even cook them. There's nobody to argue with. There's nobody there. It's just like it's like
No manager to talk to.
there's nobody to talk to. They bring you the taco shells. My wife goes, "Oh, they didn't cook these taco shells. These are like right out of the box." I go, "Really?" I took a bite into it, and it tastes stale is what it tastes like. It tastes like a
Ah,
stale taco.
yeah.
$21.99 for 3 tacos that they didn't even cook the shells. They brought us
$20 burrito.
they brought us the chips and salsa that you get at the Mexican
Mhm.
restaurants. I've eaten it On the Border many times in my life. It was nothing but tomato sauce. It was just tomato sauce. They poured tomato sauce into a bowl. There was almost no taste to it at all. And I'm looking around going, "This is the craziest thing in the world." You have nobody working at a popular restaurant inside of Orlando's airport where there's 9 bazillion people that are going on vacation to Disney World.
Yeah, it's an
Nobody
international
working.
airport, right?
Right. Everything is about data collection. So they make you scan your phone to get the menu so they can collect your data. You go to the store, and they scan. There's nobody there. They scan so they can collect your data. You go through security. They take your face so they can keep your data and scan you. It's just, what in the F is happening in
Mhm.
this country? And then you look around to the people that are in the airports. It's like something out of a bad movie.
Yeah.
Everybody is downtrodden. There's no energy. There's no anything going on. For somebody that has been in the airports routinely my entire life. Like I said, we used to go there and play when I was a kid, but then I started in my business life at 24 years old, and I flew all over the country for 30 years. I was in airports nonstop, back and forth, before 9/11, after 9/11. I just cannot get over the cultural changes in my lifetime, and you can see it in the airport more than anything. Nobody working, so the corporations win. Remember, COVID was that's when you started scanning your menu because you don't want to touch the menu because that was dangerous if you touched the menu. So you scan the barcode to get your menu. Remember that?
Mhm.
Well, COVID's over. We still have it. That's what it was all. COVID was an absolute corporate con job, and I just wanted to bring people's attention to it because it's so bothersome to me the
Mhm.
way we're living our lives, and
Have you
everybody.
been to a coffee shop or something yet where they don't take cash?
Oh yeah, I've been to multiple places where they don't take cash.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, they don't take
there's
cash.
places that have gone back to taking cash after COVID, but there's some places that just said, "Oh, we're just gonna take this opportunity and never accept cash again."
Yeah, no cash, no workers, no energy. It's just, I don't know. I don't know why people aren't seeing it that are my age. If you're younger, maybe this is the way you've recognized life to be.
I
But if
mean,
you're older
I
and you've got the
recognize it because people used to be excited to be on flights. They used to be
right,
excited because 'cause they're going somewhere, and now I think
Isaiah,
it's just a burden on people because
yeah,
it's so expensive and the economy's so bad.
when I would fly as a kid, you would get food. Even if you weren't in first class, you would just get better food in first class, but every flight had food. Now
Mhm.
there's no food.
Yep.
Now if you wanna buy if they don't even give you free soda anymore in half the flights. You gotta
I
pay
know.
for a soda, you gotta pay for everything. The whole world is lost its marbles in my humble opinion.
Yeah. What do
Today
they
on
say
the
to you
show,
when you ask not to scan your face at the airport? Do they say anything to you like,
no, they
"Oh,
just
it deletes it," anything like that to try to coax you?
no, they just look like you're crazy.
Yeah.
They don't say anything. I said I don't do that, and she says okay. And then my wife comes up and she puts her face right out there, and I say, my wife doesn't necessarily even need to care. She's not in the political world,
No,
but
yeah.
you know, the whole thing's crazy. Today on the show, we have Bishop Strickland. We taped this show yesterday after our show aired. We had Bishop Strickland on. Are you aware of this guy's story?
I am not, but I you gave me a summary of it, so I'm very interested to hear this interview because I was not on with you guys yesterday.
My buddy John Watson says they don't take cash at the Cardinals games anymore.
Exactly. Yeah, in the new soccer stadium, they don't take
Yeah,
cash.
yeah, no
Yeah.
cash.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Incredible. So Bishop Strickland, as I understand it, uh, bishop out of Tyler, Texas, and he was disagreeing with the structure of the Catholic Church, the Pope in general, and he was not falling in line with some of the things that they were. I don't know if they were advocating, preaching. I'm not exactly sure what was going on, and he can answer all the questions. We have a question and answer on September the 12th. That will be in Clayton, Missouri. He's going to be in town. I'll MC the event. We'll promote that here in just a bit, and you can ask him all the questions you would like. But his take was he was not going to go against God because of the Catholic Church. And he kept speaking out in a manner that made him comfortable. And eventually he was called and told they were going to relieve him of his duties. So the question is about politics, it's about the Catholic Church and everything in between. So we're going to get to that here in about 10 minutes. So Bishop Strickland, he was on Tucker Carlson. He's a big name in Catholic circles. And as I'm starting to understand, a lot of people are in favor of what he did, and a lot of people disapprove of what he did. So we'll let him explain himself here in just a bit, right around 9:30 Central Daylight Time. We'll have his interview on.
We should try to start a little bit earlier because it's an hour and 8 minutes.
Okay.
And Ashley on is coming on at 10:30.
Okay, then we have Ashley Awney. She's a Democrat from Missouri. I want to talk about the Democrat-Republican political scene. You know my feelings. I think the Democrat and Republican back and forth is a farce. I don't. It makes no sense to me. The whole thing seems to be ridiculous. So we'll get her take on Missouri politics, some of the amendments, what she sees as the major differences between the parties. Because I'm thinking she's getting everything she wants. I'm looking at the landscape of Missouri, and I'm like, I'm a Democrat. I'm digging this.
Yeah, let me tell you what in the text they were saying that it was something interesting that they were mentioning to us. If I can find it, we got so many group texts, but essentially, in summary, how the Democrat Party is in Missouri is doing better than the National Democrat Party because the Missouri Democrat Party is focusing on issues that people care about, like the economy and things like that. So I'm interested to see what she has to say about that and how they're capitalizing on those opportunities. Because it seems to me that the Republican Party is not focusing on the issues that people like me care about, a young person cares about. Like, I do own a home, but a lot of my friends don't own a home, for example.
I think the Republican Party is somewhat of a well.
And I am a Republican,
I know. I
so
think the party is something else. And then we'll have Rick Bavitz in at 11 o'clock. He wants to talk about capital markets and war. So we'll get to all of the information of the day. We'll run through things. I'm back in action here. I feel like I'm back at, I got my
home base.
Way. I got my home base going on. Just a couple of notes on information that came out yesterday. Did you see Professor Zhang? We talked about him for a while. He was all over social media. He went on with Alex Jones yesterday and said, the end of the world as we know it, like the song, it's the end of the world as we know it. He says it's coming. And he says that it has a lot to do with Zionism, the Trump administration, Iran, Russia, all kind of mixed in together. And he said, fertilizer is going to be the start of it. The start of the big problem is we have shut off fertilizer supplies, and therefore you're going to have mass famine in the African countries, and they will migrate into the European countries, and all hell's going to break loose from there. This is his take on it. People were sending it to me yesterday, so he must have caught a lot of people's attention what he had to say. I don't want to get that black pilled, but he's saying that that over the next few years, not in a distant future, but relatively soon, the world as we know it is going to change forever. And very interesting. Then I saw
saying that this is basically the pre-World War III is what's happening with Iran. And
he says we're in World War III.
What'd you say?
We're in World War III.
Yeah, that's the start of it. Essentially, is what I think he's saying.
Yeah, the kinetic start of it. I
Yeah.
used to my first podcast that I did, I used to say, "We're in World War III, the kinetic portion hasn't started yet." So that
Mm,
was 5 years ago. I said, "We COVID told me that we were in a
mm,
world war," right? Because
yeah.
if half of the world is selling you on COVID and everybody knows, well, at least I knew at the time, and I
And
think a
BB
lot of
said it's the eighth
guys.
front, right? The media is the eighth
Yeah,
front. Yeah.
yeah. I think we got some problems. Let me get some advertising in, and then we'll play Bishop Strickland.
Good.
First thing I want to talk about is People's Lobby, Missouri. Again, our event, please write this down, is September the 18th. September the 18th. We thought we had a venue. We're going to get a venue today. No, come hell or high water, we're putting a venue together today. I called this one particular venue. They told me it was $1,200 for the venue on Friday. I called back on Monday and it's
Oh,
$3,500. And the person who told me that was not really didn't know what they were talking
wow.
about. It's $3,500. I'm like, well, that's kind of a little bit different, 1,200, 35, but this is what it is. So we march on. We'll try to figure this thing out.
You got an
People's Lobby,
event space, let
Missouri.
us know. You can
Yeah,
donate it to People's Lobby.
no doubt. PLMO is a marketing operation. It's a nonprofit. It is a marketing operation that puts pressure on the go. It's a pressure campaign is all we're doing. We're trying to market ideas that we have so that people can start to recognize that if they don't get involved, if they don't take control of their government, well, by whatever means necessary, if you don't take control of your government, we are sliding off a cliff. That's where we're coming from. All we say is get involved. We'll be the pressure mechanism for you. We're going to put a lot of questions before our representatives and see what they have to say. And once you recognize they can't answer the questions, then maybe your mind will change that it's not Democrat versus Republican anymore. It is us versus them. And I'll leave it there. PeoplesLobbyMo.com. Donate, sign up, be there. If you want to go, again, just send information out to me. We'll have a more formal way of getting tickets. But if you're within People's Lobby, Missouri, we'll reach out to you. The event is on September the 18th. Probably go from 6:30 till 10 o'clock at night. We will have Phil Turney in, USS Liberty vet. I just cannot. I can't tell people how important it is to see this living legend. I mean, when you get to ask him questions about what happened on June 8th, 1967, and look into his eyes, and he'll tell you everything that he witnessed and why he believes that that was an intentional attack by Israel that our government made them cover up. You
Yeah.
can determine whether you think he's telling the truth or not. I've
He's got
determined,
the 34 names tattooed on his arm right there.
trust me, I believe that he's telling the truth. I think everybody that listens to him will have the same opinion. All right, peopleslobbymo.com will have, I believe we're going to have Matt Thompson there. He's the one that did the documentary on Jeff Winehouse. That'll be very interesting because we have an innocent man sitting in prison that everybody knows he's innocent. Everybody knows that he didn't do what they charged him with. And yet the Republican Party is the only way to set him free, Governor Mike Kehoe, and they're not doing jack diddly squat about it. No matter how many times we bring it to their attention, they do nothing. All right. Joneswater.com for all of your air and water filtration needs. It is joneswater.com. He has dehumidifiers, air and water filtration. This guy knows more about water and air than anybody you will ever talk to in your life. Been around since 1995. He's dedicated his life to making your home and business more healthy. You'll be the filter or you'll buy the filter. Joneswater.com. You can reach him at 636-899-1040. If you want to do business with Everett on the Missouri side of the water, St. Charles County, Lincoln, Franklin, Warren, St. Louis, and Jefferson. If you go to the east side, it's Madison, Monroe, Jersey, and St. Clair. Joneswater.com. You'll be the filter or you'll buy the filter. Joneswater.com. 636-899-1040. And then my man, John Grady with Slap Happy Hemp. We're going to do an interview. I was texting him this morning, so I want to understand the marijuana industry in the state of Missouri. They took his business away. He was selling hemp products. His business has been destroyed by the state of Missouri. And I just was with another friend at my buddy's funeral, and he's in that business. And he said what the state of Missouri did should be illegal, but it's not. It's like a mafia that just says, "Oh, that business, we'll just take that away from you, and we'll make that our own, and we'll have our big buddies take care of it." And he is in the know. He says the same things as John Grady does. And I think people should be aware of the marijuana industry and how that's going down in the state of Missouri. So we're going to talk about that with him next time we're in town. Maybe we'll set up at his shop and we'll have a long conversation about how the state of Missouri took over with their buddies, the marijuana industry, at least according to these men. SlapHappyHemp.com or SlapHappyHemp.com. So here's the deal. If you are somebody who uses hemp products, you got to get a hold of them because between now and November, maybe early December, the business goes away. They're going to start a new business. They have customers that are loyal to them. But if you use hemp products and you want to get a discount, now is the time. SlapHappyHemp.com. It's on Highway 50 in Rosebud, Missouri. You can reach out to them on the website, SlapHappyHemp.com, or reach out to them at 636-388-8771. And then finally, EXP Realty. She is rolling, by the way. So we hear about the housing market. It's not affecting her right now, it appears.
Yeah, just sold a house
EXP
in Franklin County actually
Yes,
yesterday, I
she said
saw.
it's a hot market out there in Franklin County. EXP Realty, Debbie Genus. You can reach her at 314-482-9205. You can always reach out to us if you have something in your mind that you want to buy and you're like, I didn't write that down. Just reach out to us. We'll get you the information. Debbie Genus, 314-482-9205. If you're buying or selling a home, she is our realtor for the show. We think we can we think you can trust her because we trust her. Let's put it to you that way. Deborah.Genus at exprealty.com. Deborah.Genus, Genus spelled Jeanis at exprealty.com. Been in the real estate game for 28 years. She's been in the insurance game for 14 years. It's somebody you can trust. Debbie Genus is our realtor. All right. We're going to now go to our interview with Bishop Strickland. If you're Catholic, if you have an opinion, we're going to pay attention to what you have to say in the chats as we go along. We'll answer some of those questions throughout the show, maybe even tomorrow. Again, Isaiah, if you can, before we get started and after, we put up the promo that I sent you for the
Yep,
event
got it.
on, let's pop that up real fast. So there it is, Credo dinner forum, question and answer with Bishop Strickland. That will be in Clayton at the Clayton Plaza Hotel. I can't see the email address on there, Isaiah, because my eyes are bad, but we'll get you all of the information. We'll read
It
it
says call or text with questions. It says call 314-322-0337, 314-322-0337.
There you go. Or you can reach out to him at Credo, CREDO, stlouis.org. All right, here is our interview with Bishop Strickland. Check it out. All right, we're off and running. Bishop Strickland, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm very excited to have you on. We have a mutual friend who is really appreciates you very, very much. And she was wanting me to have you on, and I've been looking forward to having a conversation with you. I've been looking at all of the interviews you've been doing in the past. I saw you do Tucker Carlson recently. And I guess my first question is, I think you grew up in Tyler, Texas. That's where your diocese was. What brought you into the priesthood? What motivated you to move into the priesthood?
Well, really, Rob, I'd have to say the faith of my family. East Texas, actually grew up in a little town east of Tyler called Atlanta, Texas, and went to this public school there, very non-Catholic area. But in some ways, that was a blessing because it made us realize, and certainly it was shared by my parents, mother and father, what a treasure it was to be Catholic, to know this ancient truth of the Catholic Church. And so that kind of atmosphere really made me, I had one time in high school, I toyed with being an architect. I still love watching buildings go up and all of that. But ultimately, I guess I decided to enter a different kind of building and be a priest in the church. I went to the seminary at 18, and I was wise enough to know I didn't really know what I wanted to do, but I knew I wanted to give it a try. And it just felt right all along the way. Had some good mentors, developed good friendships, and it just felt like this is where I'm supposed to be. And really, I'm blessed to continue that feeling at 67 years old, 41 years a priest. I still feel like I'm doing what God has called me to do.
Was there any like formative moment, or was it just over time you knew this was the direction your life needed to head? Was there anything that just, I don't know, moved you in a certain direction, or was it just the culmination of your growing up in Tyler, Texas?
Yeah, it was just sort of a culmination. Each step along the way, like I said, it just felt right. I continued to learn and to embrace Christ and his church more and more deeply. And then when I became a bishop, it just became even stronger. I became a bishop in 2012, November of 2012, ordained right there in Tyler, where I'd been a priest for my whole priesthood. And so it's just like as I look back at every step along the way, it seems that it was God's plan that I be in Tyler, that I become Bishop of Tyler, and then ultimately that I be removed as Bishop of Tyler. But the peace that I have is believing that I'm following God's plan, God's call for me now to be a successor of the apostles, which is way beyond anything I dreamt of at 18 years old, way beyond my skill set, way beyond anything. God chooses those who are unlikely candidates. I mean, today we're celebrating St. Bartholomew and St. Nathaniel, one of the 12 chosen. And if we look at the original 12 apostles, a group of men that no corporation in today's world would have said, these are the leaders we want. But this is what in God's mystery he's chosen. So I feel very comfortable being with the band of apostles that didn't always get it right, were very weak at times. I fit in pretty well.
As does almost everybody, right? We're all flawed human beings. I've got to ask you just, I do primarily political talk, and I'm learning about the Catholic religion. People very close to me are Catholic. I'm getting introduced to the religion. So if I say anything that's a little off, just I hope you'll bear with me for just a minute. But I'm curious how you handled certain situations. My show began because of COVID. COVID to me was the waking up point for me that something wasn't right with our political environment. Our church in Missouri, they did not close down. They did not make people wear masks, but the churches all around me were closing. I'm curious, how did you handle COVID when the situation occurred?
Well, and I think that COVID will be a moment in history that for many people, it causes to wake up, to realize things were off. I think COVID itself was off. And so what happened in East Texas, thankfully, Texas, pretty conservative in period, politically in every way, but in the Catholic community as well, especially East Texas. As I mentioned, not a large Catholic community there, very much still a minority. But I think that has caused us there in East Texas to really embrace our Catholic faith and to be willing to fight for it, to sacrifice for it. We did have, thankfully, a brief time of shutdown, which was all the dioceses in Texas. We never closed the door of the church, but we did cease having, for about 6 weeks, having public mass. We were broadcasting at that point. But as soon as we were able to open the churches up again for the public to come, I was right there ready to do it before it even happened. But thankfully, after about 6 weeks, we were able to fully open again and invite people back. And gradually, they did return. It took a while, but ultimately, the churches are more busy than ever than prior to COVID.
Yeah, it does feel like the churches are more full now. I think it's, at least from my perspective, people started to appreciate faith as COVID began and they started to see what was happening. They thought, I need to return back to the creator. I need to pay attention to my spirituality just a little bit more. And the churches to me seem to be more full than they were prior to COVID, which if there's one good thing, one silver lining, that would be seeking God's wisdom. I think that's the one good thing that came out of it. As far as like vaccines and taking the vaccines, that was something that was very important to me. And I tried to warn my people that were listening to the show, friends, family. I said, be careful of what you're doing here. This is not necessarily a government that you want to take their advice from. Did your priests have to take vaccines? Was it mandated to take vaccines? How was it handled at the time?
No, thankfully there was the Bishop of Texas. There's a Texas Bishops Conference. There are 15 Catholic dioceses in Texas. But thankfully there was discussion of mandating, but the bishops chose not to. And I would have honestly opposed that even if they had chosen to mandate, because I always believed those mandates were wrong, violating free will, which God has given us. Certainly advising people is one thing, encouraging people is another thing, but mandating, I never believed in. And thankfully, in our area, it was never mandated. So the priest, some of them got the vaccine. And I said all along the way, I said, I reject this vaccine personally and encourage others to learn about it and maybe learn why I was rejecting it. But I never said, to me, it was a matter of your free will, God-given free will. If you choose to do this, I disagree, but you have the right to do that. But to be mandated, to be forced to do it, that is not the kind of church or state that I believe we should ever embrace.
That's what I think too. I think the free will is exactly where it's at. You know, if we're free people and somebody wants you to take a medicine, we should have the free will to say, I don't want that medicine. And it was very strange for me, and I'll move on, but it was just very strange to watch how many people fell into these are the experts. They know more than I do. I don't have to think at all. I'm just going to do whatever they tell me to do. It made me very skeptical of authority in this
Yeah,
country, and I'm
yeah.
glad to hear that. That makes me feel a lot better about the whole situation. I got to ask you, you've made national news, and people around the world, Catholics from around the world, know that your diocese was taken from you in November of 2023, relieved of your duties, I believe is the way they put it. Can you explain to me? And I want to walk through this very slow because I'm trying to understand the gravity of this situation. So you get this information, and when you first see it, what is the feeling that I got to think that's a blow to your system, no matter who you are? But how did you react when you were relieved of your duties, and how did they give you that information? How did you receive
Well,
that information?
yeah. Um, it wasn't as much of a blow because I'd been, I could say a slow boil, uh, for 6 months before that. I had a Vatican investigation, apostolic visitation is what they call it. And looking back, especially, I still wasn't sure that I was going to be removed, but the signals were there. And looking back, it's clear to me. I mean, too much of the church is bureaucratic, like a corporation, more than like a religious organization. I mean, that's to me one of the big problems with the Catholic Church at this point, and many churches are caught up in that. But the the Vatican mandated this visitation, and two bishops came and interviewed a lot of people, interviewed me, and I could kind of see the writing on the wall. But I continued as Bishop of Tyler. That happened in June, and I continued all the way through to November, really continuing to speak out, not sort of being quiet like they urged me to do. Maybe if I had just totally been quiet and sort of backtracked on everything I'd said, maybe I'd still be Bishop of Tyler, but I couldn't do that. As far as finding out, I got a call. I'm busy. A bishop's life is a busy life, traveling a lot through the 33 counties of the Diocese of Tyler. Um, and I was doing that. I remember very specifically being at a gas station there in Tyler, just gassing up my car. And I get a message on my phone of a phone number from Washington, D.C. And I knew, I guessed that, I think I know who's calling. And it was the nuncio, um, uh, Archbishop Christophe Pierre, who became a cardinal after that. Maybe a little prize for following orders. But anyway, he's the one, he called and said, I need you to come into my office in Washington for an appointment. And so I said, yes, sir, I'll make arrangements. I had to, look at my calendar and do the best I could to arrange a plane flight to go up to Washington, D.C., where the nuncio is the representative of the Pope in each country, like an ambassador. And the nuncio's office is there in Washington, D.C., like a lot of ambassadors. And so I made the plane arrangements and got up there. It was on a Thursday. Well, it was Thursday, November 9th, because that Thursday I visited the nuncio in his office, and he went through a list of the concerns that the Vatican had with me. The bishops had indicated, and mainly the concerns were really what it came down to is I was speaking truth that they didn't want spoken. They didn't want me saying these things, talking about the deposit of faith, talking about how the faith can't change. And of course, remember, this is still in the years of Pope Francis. And so I visit there with the nuncio. He basically, he started the conversation by saying that the Pope Pope Francis has asked you to resign as Bishop of Tyler. And even as he asked the question, he says, I know, because I was vocal, and I said, as this was coming, I said, I can't resign, because to me, that was my free choice to walk away from the flock that I believe I was appointed to care for. And so I said, I can't resign. And he knew that I was going to say that. And he said, the next breath for the nuncio was, well, then you're removed from your office by Pope Francis. And as you indicated, the way I actually received that message, it's sort of a very modern age reality. It wasn't some document on parchment or any, it wasn't written as far as a piece of paper. I received the confirmation of this. I mean, the nuncio said, you're relieved of your office. I received the message that he signed. It was an email from one of his staff members, an attachment to that email that was a letter. You know how that works, a letter attached to an email. That's all I ever received. It's interesting that, because I studied canon law, and if I had wanted to push it, canon law says anything like that must be in writing. I guess you can argue, you get some canon lawyers arguing, like any lawyers, oh, that's in writing, but it was only in electronic writing. There is no piece of paper that I was given that said you're relieved of your office as Bishop of Tyler. And I did find that word relieved very interesting at that time. And I find it more interesting now, because here it will be 3 years in this November since I was relieved. And it relieved me of a lot. It relieved me of being concerned. I mean, obviously, I guess I wasn't concerned enough if I wanted to stay Bishop of Tyler to keep my mouth shut. But I had to speak the truth of Christ. I had to be loyal to him first. I had to be obedient to Christ first. And some of the things that Pope Francis was promoting that are still being promoted under Pope Leo are not true. I had to side with Jesus Christ. I have come to a deeper relationship with Christ as a bishop, especially, than ever before. And, I'm not a saint. I don't claim any special status, but I do know Jesus Christ well enough that I was willing to be pushed out of my office rather than deny him or go along with things that I know are not the truth. I mean, one huge example is what has happened with the idea of what is marriage. I mean, and the Vatican has become very vague about that. I mean, they'll be strong and say, oh, marriage is between one man and one woman, but then allowing the gay marriage agenda to move forward and gay blessings and all that stuff that happened really almost exactly a month after I was removed. Fiducia Supplicans is the Vatican document that said, oh, we can bless these couples that come. Oh, we're not blessing the couple. And all of this, sort of sleight of hand and, shell game of pretending. And it's really, I mean, if you look at the trajectory of the Vatican with Pope Francis and with Pope Leo, we have to acknowledge that the gay-friendly agenda is more and more something that the Vatican is embracing and saying, oh, we shouldn't speak on these things, and having, rainbow masses and all of that stuff. And let me be very clear, as a disciple of Jesus Christ, we should hate no one. We shouldn't be condemning people. And that, to me, what happens when you don't tell people this is sin, this is wrong, that's a condemnation in itself, to leave people lost from what Christ has proclaimed. Christ himself speaks of marriage between a man and a woman, and to try to morph that into something the world wants, I said, I'm not going to go along with it. And that was one of many things that I have protested, and people have even said to me, oh, well, you're just another Protestant. Well, I believe in Christ. I believe that the Catholic Church is the church he established. I believe in the papacy. But in obedience to God, we have to pray for the Holy Father. Pope Francis, I still pray for. We pray for the dead in the Catholic faith. I pray for Pope Leo. I pray for him to come closer to Christ. There's a deposit of faith. There's a tradition that we're called to live by. Truth is objectively real. It's not something that morphs and changes. And sadly, that's not what we're hearing from Pope Leo. I mean, just this morning, I saw him making a statement like, "Oh, well, there's nothing, no anchor to hold to. That you just keep navigating and go with your feelings." I mean, that's a paraphrase of what he said, but he basically clearly said, as Pope, that don't imagine that there are objective truths that you need to hang on to and sacrifice for. That is not the Catholic faith, and I will not embrace it.
I think that's the way holy men are. They seek the truth. And when you're asked to give variations of the truth, if you're a faithful person who believes in the Bible and believes in what Jesus Christ said, you're not going to deviate from that. So I applaud you. I know that was a very brave thing to do, and I know you wouldn't see it that way, but I would see it that way. So it's a brave thing to do. How has life been since that point? I mean, what is your life like now? Are you doing a lot of speaking engagements? I know you're going to be in St. Louis on September 12th. I'll see you there and meet you there in person. I'm looking forward to that. But what has life been
Right.
like since then for you?
Well, really, I have to say it's been busier than ever. I was busy as a bishop, as bishops are, busy with a lot of administration and bureaucracy, and doing my best to pray and do all the other important things. But really, that's where I think the word relief is so significant, because I've been relieved of administration. I don't have a budget to care for. I don't have a staff. I'm a lone ranger at this point, in the sort of Texas uh, reality. But my life has been blessed. I miss the flock that I grew up with and that I served as a priest for all of my life. I still see some of the people, but it's not the same to be able to just go to a church and and celebrate the liturgy of the mass and pray with the people and enjoy being their shepherd. So I miss all of that. But as people have told me, my flock is scattered around the nation and it's grown significantly because of that. I spend a lot of time on the road right now. I'm on this cruise, not just an Alaska cruise, but it's a retreat cruise. And there are about 200 people that are here. We had mass this morning. We're praying. We're seeing God, the beauty of God's nature here in Alaska, which is amazing. Um, but that's what I've been doing, traveling. I've done several pilgrimages in Europe, just a lot of travel, a lot of speaking, and a lot of doing my best to continue to be a successor of the apostles. And let me say that clearly, because the question comes up, oh, Bishop Strickland, not a bishop anymore. I am still a bishop. The Vatican really hasn't got that power to remove me from sacred orders. I mean, they could, but it really wouldn't be legitimate, because I'm an ordained bishop, whether they like it or I like it. That is my reality. And so I continue to be a bishop. The complexity of that is that individual bishops are in charge of the territory of their diocese, as I was for the 33 counties of the Diocese of Tyler. And they have the authority to say, as far as the Catholic community, who can come, who can speak, who can celebrate Mass. And most of the bishops won't let me into their diocese in that official way. Some of them even try to stop me from coming to that state or that territory. They can't really do that. They want to have that kind of power, but they don't. And I want to respect the power that they do have. I don't, go to a church illegitimately without the bishop's permission and say, I'm going to have Mass here. I don't do that. I could, but I'm not going to operate that way. But I will have Mass in private homes or any private organization. And I think the group that I'm visiting in St. Louis has negotiated that. The private setting, the bishops can't, tell me I can't come to that territory. I respect them if they say I can't come and celebrate Mass in their churches. But, there are a lot of faithful that are strong. And that's been one blessing of my traveling, because all of us, when you're fighting for the truth, you can feel like you're alone. You can feel like, am I the only one seeing this? Am I going crazy? I've had those questions a lot. And so it's been a great blessing to me to meet people from California to Massachusetts, from Florida to Washington State, all across the country, that are faithful Catholics, that are deeply concerned about what's going on in the worldwide church and many times in their diocese. And they are grateful to me. I just today, people tell me all the time, Bishop, I'm praying for you. Thank you for your voice of truth. And like you said, I don't really feel brave. I'm just doing what God has called me to do as a successor of the apostles. And I would emphasize that. When I became a bishop, honestly, I didn't really think of in those terms when I was first ordained as a bishop. It wasn't spoken of that way. Oh, you're Bishop of Tyler and you have this responsibility, and go through the ordination or consecration. It can be called either thing, but becoming a bishop. But as I became a bishop and heard that phrase, successor of the apostles, I began to pray about it, to think about it, and honestly, to be scared by it. I mean, that's a scary thing. I mean, we're celebrating St. Bartholomew, St. Nathaniel, his other name, one of the 12. We don't know much about him in the gospel, but he's the one. Nathaniel in the gospels is the one that Christ said, I saw you under the fig tree. And Nathaniel says, what? Huh? He said, what does that mean? And Christ said, you're a true Israelite. There is no duplicity in you. And to me, I love St. Nathaniel. We happen to be celebrating him today because he was just a regular guy. I really sort of feel a kindred spirit with St. Nathaniel because, he's not one of the first. If you're asked to name the 12 apostles, I mean, you think, okay, Peter, James, John. Very often people will not think about Bartholomew or Nathaniel. That name may get left off the list. There's not a lot about him in the gospel, but he knew Christ well enough that one thing that is in tradition is not in the gospel, but it is strongly in the tradition, that he was skinned alive. In the fancy terminology, he was flayed alive. And there in the Vatican, in the Sistine Chapel, Saint Michelangelo, the artist, depicted Saint Bartholomew holding his skin. That is part of the Sistine Chapel painting. Saint Bartholomew, Saint Nathaniel holding his skin, because he was skinned alive because he wouldn't deny Christ. As I told the people this morning at Mass, I don't want to be skinned alive, but I'd rather be skinned alive than deny Christ. And that's what we have to do. That's what we're called to do. And thankfully, the blessing of my life since I was relieved as Bishop of Tyler is that I have encountered many people that thank me for standing for the truth and are standing with me, and who need that voice of a successor of the apostles. I mean, too many bishops are not doing their job. I don't want to judge them, but they need to step up and do their job. They're afraid. Many of them would agree with a lot of what I say, but they're afraid that corporate, and I use that word specifically because that's how the church operates too often. It's like a corporation more than the mystical body of Christ, with shepherds that are to guide people in Christ. That's all it's about, the salvation of souls. So I pray that more and more bishops will gain the strength of knowing who they are, successors of the apostles, looking to any of the apostles. John is the only one of the 11 that remained faithful, not strong all the time, but faithful ultimately. John is the only one who wasn't martyred. And they did their best to martyr him, boiled in oil, but it didn't kill him. I mean, it was his vocation to be a bishop, a apostle until old age, and wrote the book of Revelation in his old age. But all the apostles all the others were martyred. They were beheaded. They were stabbed with a sword. They were killed for the name of Christ. And the martyrs ever since, through the ages of the church, have witnessed that same thing. Christ died for us. And to die for him, to give your life for him, is really the greatest honor a Christian can have.
Well, I tell you, you hit on a lot of things that sparked my interest. I'm going to start with it wasn't a question that I had for you, but since you brought it up, what I talk about on my show all of the time is I was in the corporate environment and I got caught up in the corporate environment. I talk about it a lot. The big home, the big paycheck, the ego starts to take shape. But I started to notice as I got a little bit wiser and a little bit more mature, I guess I would say, a little bit more spiritual, a little bit more faithful in asking God for direction and to recognize things that were going on in my life. I started to recognize the corporate culture, the corporate structure is something that is very, my opinion, very detrimental to spirituality, to leading a spiritual life. And when you brought up the corporate structure of the church, can you just explain what you mean by that? Because I've explained it the way I see it too many times to count. I'm curious how you see it because when you said that, that is what I think is happening to a lot of our institutions. They become corporate entities, and corporate entities work in a structure in a format that most people, unless you're in it and really paying attention to it, wouldn't understand. It just happens. It just becomes a part of the way things are without them really recognizing it. How do you see it?
Yeah, and I think that is, to me, in my journey, that realization was very significant. Really, there was a moment about the best I can mark it was late in 2016. I'd been a bishop about 4 years, but I remember making, and I've shared this many times, but I remember making the choice very clearly. I mean, not hearing a voice or anything like that, but just knowing in my heart and asking myself, and I knew I didn't answer the question. Am I going to just be the manager bishop, the model that I was being formed in? You know, manage the diocese, make sure you got enough money, manage, or am I going to be a successor of the apostles that teaches the truth? Obviously, hopefully, obviously, I chose the path of being a successor of the apostles, teaching the truth, no matter what, no matter the bottom line effect it might have. And I think that's a key element. And there's too much of the universal Catholic Church, and other churches get caught up in it as well. But the Catholic Church is the prototype. It is the original. And when the Catholic Church is it's a universal church. It's all over the world. But when it gets caught up in that corporate idea of the bottom line for the Catholic Church is the salvation of souls. Mm-hmm. But the bottom line for a corporation is profit. Make the money. And, you know, as you know, having been in the corporate world, I mean, there are corporations that are I guess the latest I've heard is one has approached the $1 trillion mark. I mean, and that's the machine that a corporation is. It's all about making money. And there, as you talked about that corporate culture that you began to wake up to, it's very similar to what happens to bishops in the Catholic Church. You're treated with great respect. You get the finest. I mean, there's a joke in the church that, you know, many times the humor has a lot of truth in it. And I was told, and I've heard many times, I mean, it's sort of a thing that, you know, you kind of playfully say, but there's a lot of truth there. After you become a bishop, you never hear the truth again, and you never have a bad meal. And to me, that captures a lot of that whole corporate idea. Bishops, I mean, there were some scandals a few years back. Bishops living in palatial homes, you know, and being criticized for that. Bishops can get caught up in that. The finest always, going to the front of the line, being lauded. Oh, he's a bishop, Your Excellency. I mean, that term is a valid term that is used for the bishop, but I've always kind of shied away from it because it's a term of respect for the office and ultimately for Jesus Christ, whose office it is. But it's easy for us as men to get caught up in that. I was just talking to someone yesterday on this cruise about their bishop saying, basically saying, you cannot do this. And what they were talking about was not something Catholic. I mean, yes, the bishop has control of the Catholic churches and any entity that is Catholic, but bishops have, you know, it comes down to something I'm sure we both heard: power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And I'm not, claiming that all the bishops or any bishops are absolutely corrupt, but there is a corruption that happens where you start compromising for the promotion. I mean, that's part of the church. I was in a small diocese of Tyler. I was the dumbest guy ever in that world, that to make this noise. Of course, I ultimately lost even Tyler. But if I was maneuvering and hoping for an archdiocese or a larger diocese, I was definitely doing the dumbest thing I could. But that's not what I was after. I wanted to be faithful to Christ. But I mean, even the timing, we talked about the timing of my removal. It was just before, it was this Saturday, as bishops were gathering for the annual USCCB conference in Baltimore, the big national gathering of the bishops. Always, it's in the news because they'll make this proclamation or make this statement or some controversy. But my removal was the day meeting began. And if you don't think that was a corporate signal to the rest of the managers to be careful, that's exactly what it was. And it worked. I mean, it scared the bishops to keep quiet and not, I mean, some reached out to me and said, I support you. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but they wouldn't say it publicly because they were afraid of getting in the same situation. I tried to get, if there had been enough bishops to say, no, we're not going to go along with all of this that isn't of Christ, isn't true to the tradition of our faith. But for whatever reasons, and again, I don't want to judge anyone, bishop or otherwise, but we have to make judgments. I mean, we hear that a lot. Oh, you can't judge. We have to make judgments about what is the truth. I don't want to judge you as a person. I have no right to. I shouldn't. I shouldn't judge a brother bishop, but I should judge, is this the truth? And I will be judged according to whether I did my best to live up to the truth. As I've said before, there's not going to be a USCCB committee with me when I'm being judged by Christ. It'll just be me and him. And I've got to do my best to be faithful to Jesus Christ.
And I think the devil preys on ego and pride, and you described it perfectly. I mean, that was my argument to myself when I started. When you're young, you don't really look at yourself. You see the way you want the world to see you. You don't really look inside. You put on an image sometimes for the world to see. And as I started to look at myself, I started to recognize that my identity was caught up in my ego and my pride. I was exhausted. I was tired. I was not doing the things that I really wanted to do in life, but I had the big house, and therefore I felt to the outside world as though I was successful, but internally I felt almost like a fraud. I felt like I needed to get out of that trap. I needed more spirituality. I needed more family time. I needed to be honest with who I was. And I knew if I did that, then that corporate structure, that corporate income, all that adulation that you get when you have, nice things, or, kind of what you described. I had to get out of that circle, and I believe that I have to work on it every day, but I do believe the devil works on ego and pride. And I think that's what, no matter whether you're in the church or whether in a corporate environment or whatever environment you're in, it does start to wear on you and it becomes part of the culture. Then I think our society gets itself into a lot of trouble. That's how I think our society is in a little bit of trouble right now. We need Jesus more than ever. I have to ask you just one, you touched on it just a little bit, but I'm curious. Once you were relieved of your duties, did you find that you were more isolated, or did you find more people reaching out? And did you feel like you almost had more influence with the Catholic world because people do see you now as standing up for what you believe in, which is the word of Jesus, and having a little bit more almost influence and adulation coming your way, not in a egotistical way, but more people saying, okay, I'm on the same page with you, not just within the church, but Catholics all around the world. Do you feel like you got more influence or more isolation? Did you weigh that? Did you have a sense of it at the time that it happened and subsequent to it?
Yeah, and very good questions. You're exactly right. And it's so strange for me to even say these words because I feel like interiorly I'm still the kid from East Texas, small town, country. But my global influence has grown exponentially since they relieved me of my office. I mean, it 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 was a huge backfire of if they wanted to. I mean, and I even said at one of the bishop's meetings, I'm a country boy. I mean, I kind of talk down to earth. I mean, I'm not used to all that corporate speak. And I said to the group that was there in a private session, I said, I know there's a Strickland problem, but I'm sorry that it causes a problem when I speak the truth of Christ as I know him, but I've got to keep doing it. And there was the usual silence. I mean, corporate just wants you to go away. They just don't want to have to deal with that kind of problem. And that's exactly the way the church has operated. The the reality of my life as it really has changed tremendously since I was relieved of my duties as Bishop of Tyler. And it's interesting because I really am isolated from corporate church, from official Catholic Church. I mean, I was hoping to go to the beatification of uh, Archbishop Fulton Sheen. He's finally going to be beatified in St. Louis in September. I was hoping to go and looked at the calendar and at one point was going to go, but I realized now it just didn't work out. But I realized that I really can't go. I mean, I can as far as physically getting there, going to St. Louis, going to the venue, but the bishops would not allow me to, be there as a bishop. And so in that way, I am isolated. But in many ways, honestly, I feel blessed to be isolated from some of the things going on. I mean, it's hard. I mean, the bishops of Texas, I was friends with them. We were in the seminary together, many of them. But it's just basically I'm persona non grata because of what's happened with me. But on the flip side, for faithful Catholics around the world, I mean, I hear from people with our website, pillarsoffaith.net. I hear from people literally from all over the world, priest and laity, thanking me for speaking the truth and feeling like thankfully, there's a bishop that is willing to do this. I applaud Bishop Athanasius Schneider. I don't know if you've heard his name, but he's Bishop of Kazakhstan, an auxiliary bishop, kind of an assistant bishop, but he speaks up and says the truth. And he and I have been on a podcast together, and we both laughed that here's God's work. I mean, the Bishop of Tyler, where people say, where? Oh, that's in Texas. Never heard of Tyler. Strickland, who's that? The same thing, Bishop Schneider from Kazakhstan in Eastern Europe. I mean, not exactly the center of the universe, either of those places, but we're two bishops that are doing our best to be successors of the apostles. And that influence has been, I'm sure that Rome is aware, because Rome stays aware of these metrics and all of that going on. I mean, things online. I mean, I was told that by the nuncio that some of the things I put on X at Twitter, and then it became X, the things that I would say, that Pope Francis was concerned because he was made aware of this. So many times in those years when I was still in Tyler, a Texas bishop said something. I mean, people pretty quickly figured out that Texas bishop was going to be me when it was something that was controversial. So all of that has propelled me into a situation where my voice is louder, and I feel even more responsibility not to attract people to me. That's the last thing I want, but to clarify to people who know in their heart the truth of Jesus Christ and are deeply concerned when it's being contradicted. I want to be that voice that says, you're on the right path. Hang on. Stay with Christ. Stay with his church. Support the papacy, but pray for the Pope, whoever he is. They're just men. Jorge Bergoglio and Robert Prevost are men like us. Yes, with a tremendous responsibility and a supernatural office that's why we as Catholics pray for the Pope, and people should, even if we are totally disagreeing with what he's saying. And sadly, that happens more and more. We still have to pray for him. He's still the Pope that is sitting in the chair of Peter. It's Christ's church, but the church has to operate in the world. And I believe, that as Christ said to Peter, the gates of hell will not prevail. But this is a very troubling time for the church. I mentioned pillarsoffaith.net, the website that I've been working on for just over a year. That imagery of pillars of faith, where does that come from? It's a vision of St. John Bosco, a saint of the 19th century, who had this vision of the church as a ship. Ironically, I'm on a ship right now, but a ship in a terrible storm, anchored to two pillars: the pillar of Jesus Christ in the Eucharist, in his presence, in bread and wine that becomes him. That's Catholic faith. And the pillar of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Those two, it's so interesting to me that those are the pillars that we are anchored to, because the Protestant world, that's their problem with the Catholic Church many times. Oh, they're too caught up in Mary. People accuse us of worshiping Mary, which we don't, we never have. But we honor Mary because Christ gave us Mary through John the Apostle. The Eucharist, a lot of people say, even Catholics will say, oh, it's just an image, it's just a symbol. We believe it truly is his body and blood, soul, and divinity. So I don't think it's happenstance. I think it's God's providence that those two pillars are what we as Catholics are given to anchor this storm, this church ship tossed in a terrible storm. I talked yesterday to this group on this retreat on the ship, and I said that it's a perfect storm. And one of the elements of the perfect storm that I think we are awakening to is the significance and the power of evil. And that evil is personified in Satan. And I'm not advocating, being fearful or seeing Satan and demons around every corner. But look at the corporate world. There's a lot of evil there. A lot of people have been abused and mistreated. And the value of the individual person. And maybe that is the best way for all of us to see the power of evil, whether it's Satan or his minions, however you want to understand that. Evil personified is attacking us at this time. And how is he doing it? Attacking the value of the individual person. And that is happening in countless ways. Certainly the abortion issue for us as Catholics is huge, but so many other ways as well. The value of the individual person, an image of God, an image and likeness of God, with, we believe, the Holy Spirit indwelling us, that when the individual person is under attack, then we see Satan doing his work and saying, oh, just the corporate is what's important, just the community. All the individuals are just glommed together in this brotherhood of man. I mentioned yesterday, talking to the group, you're probably, I'm 67 years old. You look like you're younger than that. You probably have heard, though, the song from John Lennon, Imagine.
Of
I'd
course.
encourage you, just go. There are a lot of verses in that song, which I didn't even realize. I mean, I've heard it. I kind of like the music. But if you listen to the words, it's an agenda that to me expressed everything that Pope Francis was doing then, that others that supported him in the church are trying to do. Imagine there's no heaven, no hell below us. That imagine a brotherhood of man without all of this. That I don't want to imagine that kind of hell, but that I believe is the agenda of too many in the world and sadly in the Catholic Church that I fully believe more firmly than ever was established by Jesus Christ. It is the church he gave for the salvation of souls, gave to humanity through the apostles. Imagining a world where there's no heaven, no hell, is not the world that Christ died for, and it's not the world that I'm ever going to embrace. And imagining it, it really becomes a nightmare.
Well, I was told that I was going to like you, and we. I I may become Catholic before too long because all the Catholic people I'm talking to share very similar perception of the world and perception of
Come
Jesus.
on home.
I do.
Come on home.
That's right. Come on home. Well, you said you talked about Pillars of Faith, your ministry. If people, is there a formal process? Do you just go online if people want to join your Pillars of Faith? Is there a
Well,
process to go
it's
through?
not really formal, but I would encourage people just go to pillarsoffaith.net. And you can subscribe. It's free. You can basically subscribe and then begin receiving emails of the different things I write. There's a podcast that comes out every Friday. We're working now through one of the Vatican documents, Dei Verbum, trying to understand it in the light of Catholic tradition, going all the way back to the earliest day, to the apostolic days of the church. So pillarsoffaith.net. All you have to do is find the subscribe button, and you will begin to receive emails. You can certainly make a donation if you want, but that's not our focus. And I wanted that to be very clear as we established the website. We don't do the quarterly fundraiser. We don't do fundraising. I mean, we need funds, yes, but so far God's providence has provided what we need. What we need is souls united together. And that's what we're trying to do with Pillars of Faith. I'd encourage people to check it out. You can sign up for, you can register to be a part of the Pillars of Faith community for free. And, give it a try. You may say, no, I don't want to continue this. I know we all get bombarded by many things and online and otherwise. But I'd encourage people, Catholic or not, you don't have to be Catholic to sign up or for it, get the emails. I mean, I think a lot of things we talk about, especially in the podcast, people will resonate with people of any faith. Probably people who don't believe and are atheists would just say, well, this is full of craziness, but that's sort of a badge of honor when those who don't believe it, that Christ is Lord, are saying we're off our rocker. But there are many people of faith in the world, and I have this pet peeve myself, but my theory is there are very, very few atheists, really.
Right.
They're just people that don't want to take on the burden of being people of faith, of knowing there is a God and knowing that God has commandments. It's easier to say, oh, I don't believe in God. But I don't think that people are truly, there are some, but most people that say, oh, I'm atheist, especially young people, that's just an escape from the demands that knowing God brings. It brings demands, but it also brings great blessings.
Amen.
And so pillarsoffaith.net is all about that. And I encourage people to go for free, sign up, begin getting those emails and see where it goes.
I'll sign up today. As a matter of fact, I will sign up today. I promise, and we'll promote it. I want more people to get more and more information. And I think that you're coming from the lens that I'm coming from, which I'm finding very interesting right now. I got to ask you about you brought up Bishop Sheen, somebody that I was unfamiliar with. I've had people bring it to my attention recently. do you see parallels between what's going on with you and Bishop Sheen? Do you see parallels there?
Oh, absolutely. And I see parallels with a lot of what he talks about. I think we're dealing with what he called the ape of the church, a sort of shadow church, a fake um, manifestation that is all corporate, that is all world. This, I mean, there's an agenda. I'm sure, as an educated man, you're aware of. I don't know a lot about it, but I know that it's bad. This whole idea of the one world religion. You heard too much of that kind of language from Pope Francis. Pope Leo hasn't talked that much about it, but he uses a lot of the same, he uses components of the one world religion without talking. I think, who knows, but maybe he's been made aware that that's scaring people or alerting people to something that they want to reject. But the one world religion is not the brotherhood of man that Imagine and John Lennon's song talks about. That is not what our faith is about. It's not about just coming together and everybody joining arms and singing Kumbaya. It's living the truth. It's a challenging, difficult truth, but it's a truth that sets us free. And so when Archbishop Sheen, I'm so glad that he is being beatified, because that was stalled. I mean, that was something that was supposed to happen years ago, but then it got caught up in corporate, honestly. But I'm glad his beatification, his canonization, I believe, needs to go forward with the proper process. I mean, there's a miracle that occurred that's been verified as the church judges. This is miraculous. There's no human explanation for what happened. It was a healing of a young boy, I believe. I don't know the details, but that's what made him able to be moved to the beatification, which is the next step, is canonization. But Archbishop Sheen was prophetic in so many ways, and he and I speak the same language in so many ways. I mean, he always said, stay Catholic, stay with the church, but be stronger, know your faith, and resist anything that isn't authentic to the faith. And the ape of the church that he talks about, I don't claim to know a lot, but I know Christ and I know the truth that he has revealed to us. And I can't, what is my authority anyway? But I believe the signals I'm seeing are that this push for synodality, which is the push coming from Rome, everything, the synodal church. The synodal church is not the Catholic Church. And I think that there's much that is manifest in the idea of synodality, coming together in committees and deciding what we believe. I mean, that's literally what they talk about. That isn't the hierarchical church that Jesus Christ established. And ironically, I mean, there's such irony that the Pope himself is very strongly promoting synodality, that really ultimately, if it reaches its ultimate goal, it will push him out of a job. It will take away which will not happen. I know that it will not happen. It can be serious damage can be done, which has been and continues. But I really believe that synodality is the manifestation of this fake church, this ape of the church, as Archbishop Sheen spoke of it. And we just have to, as he said in so many of his recordings years ago, said we have to resist this. We have to remain faithful. We have to stay loving and pray for those who are on this false path of a world brotherhood of man, a worldwide church that is watered down any doctrine or teaching and just is a bunch of humanity coming together. That will never bring us to the salvation that Jesus Christ offers us. We have to look to him as Lord and begin to know God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit through the Son of God, who is one of us, like a man like us in all things but sin, but also God's divine Son always. St. Athanasius in the early years of the church battled Arianism that basically denied what I just said and said Christ wasn't fully God and fully man. We know that he is fully God and fully man. And it's his church that we have, the hierarchical church with the papacy that he established, that we've got to hang on to literally for dear life.
Makes me wonder, because I didn't know a lot about Bishop Sheen. I was been watching videos in preparation for this, and just I have friends of mine who said should go back. And when he had his television show, as I understand, it was very popular.
Yeah.
It seems to me the more you seek truth, the more you end up with a target on your back, inside and outside of the church. I find that very interesting. And I'm sure there's biblical teachings about such things, right? You seek the truth. You're trying to find the truth. You stay on that narrow path.
Well, Christ said,
Yeah.
they hated me first.
Right.
I mean, if they hate you, remember they hated me first. Christ literally says that.
Right. It is. It's amazing, right? How the world actually works when you stop and take a peek at it. Because right now, I look at the propaganda of the world. I look how people's perceptions are shaped, and it does seem to me like the devil is exactly as described, very devious. You chase certain things that are human nature that you shouldn't chase, and it takes you in this path of short term. I don't even know what the word for it would be, but short-term satisfaction, but long-term, your soul ends up getting destroyed, and you feel that throughout your life. Whereas if you stay on the narrow path and you stay disciplined and you stay true to the word of God, you do feel freer. It's crazy. It's the more disciplined you are, the more freer you become. And the more you get off of that discipline, the more your life starts to unravel. That seems to be the case for everybody, not just me. That was just a statement. I want to give you one last question. I'm looking at the wars going on around the world. I keep hearing from the church justification for war. What is your take on that? I look at Gaza, and that's something that has really bothered me. Just the way our country has, I don't know, if no empathy, no understanding of what's going on over there. The cheerleading of war seems to be something that's going on in America right now. And that doesn't seem very Christian-like to me, yet it's a lot of Christians that are promoting it. What is your take on justification of war? What's going on around the world as it aligns with war? What is your take on all of this? It seems to me that war is, not a good thing, and yet it's almost in our culture now. We've been at war. I say it all the time. We've been at war since I can ever remember. I don't remember not being at war. I'm 56 years old. I don't remember not being at war. It seems like it's a part of our culture now, and we're so immune to it now that no matter how bad it gets, we seem to cheer it on. What is your take on what's going on around the world in terms of war?
Well, really, I would connect that with our earlier conversation. I think war is a corporate tool, and corporate global uses wars. And not to say I agree with or even know about all the different conspiracy theories, but the reality is, I think any, sane person can see it, is that corporate America, corporate Israel, corporate whatever state you want to point to, uses war to its advantage. And it's for the bottom line, it's for their agenda. And so I think that's what we have to remember. You bring up the idea of a just war theory. And it was a theory that the church promoted. It's not doctrine that this is what makes a war, but it basically is looking at how we wage war. Which, as you say, for our lifetime, but for humanity's lifetime. Look at the Old Testament. There are always wars, and Christ says there will be wars. That doesn't mean they're good. That doesn't mean they're justified, but it's part of the struggle of humanity, really, against the truth, ultimately. I think this present situation, as you mentioned, Gaza, to turn a blind eye to the decimation of that country because Israel's doing it, that's evil. Israel, yes, has a history, but the Old Testament, that is the people of God, the people of the chosen people of Israel. But to equate corporate Israel, the present state of Israel, with spiritual entity, that's not what the church teaches. And I believe that that is where a lot of people are on the wrong path. Um, Israel is corporate. It mainly, from what I understand, and I've been there a couple of times, visited the holy sites in the Holy Land, as a friend of mine used to say, it's the place where the Holy Land where the everything but the people are holy. I mean, and it's tragic, really. Um, but the reality is that I do think it's a corporate reality that we're facing with the wars. The United States involvement, turning a blind eye to genocide of the people in Gaza. And I think that's what it is at the level of. Just devastation in the name of promoting a state that many of the people in Israel don't even believe in God. I mean, to equate them with the faithful Jews in the world is not fair to the faithful Jews, because the state of Israel is really not about that. It's not about following God's commandments. And I think we have to be aware of that, not to be anti Semitic, but to be aware that whoever we are, whatever our ethnicity, whatever our religion, when we do things to innocents that are devastating because we have the power to do it, we're stepping away from anything that is of truth, anything that is of God, anything that is truly a part of any valid religion. When the decimation of the innocents is just rampant, in which it has been in Gaza, in Lebanon, in places in Africa. I mean, in so many places, people are suffering and the innocents are being decimated. And as the body of Christ, we need to speak against that. The just war theory, and I've heard people, and don't claim to have all the answers there, but I think it is a question worth asking. Are we in a time when we can even think of a just war happening? Because with the qualities that need to be there for a just war, I don't think international corporate power is going to embrace those realities. I will say about the just war theory, I mean, some of it's outdated, it needs to be thrown out. What I think we need to remember, like we were talking earlier on in our conversation, just war theory is basically founded on the right to an individual for self-defense. Sometimes in the rhetoric in the world today, you would think we don't have any right of self-defense, but we do. That's God-given because our lives are sacred. You have a right to defend your life, not to, I mean, and just war theory really looks at, you can't just, somebody slaps you, you can't take out a gun and shoot them and say, well, that's self-defense. It has to be proportionate. It has to be justified. It has to be for something that is a true threat. But your right to self-defense, I think, is the basic foundation of a true just war theory. So a nation has a right to defend itself, but it doesn't have a right to go and attack people that they think. I mean, it's like, going to your neighbor's house and bombing it because you think they might not like you. I mean, that goes off the rails. And so I think a good way, I mean, a lot of times I think in those terms of just simple, basic, down to earth, one-on-one humanity. And I think just war theory is something that we need to recognize. There's a foundation there in the right of self-defense, but we've got to look into our own hearts and to the heart of the nation to ask ourselves, is that what we're doing? Or do we have another agenda at work? And I'm concerned that there are many other agendas that have nothing to do with defending ourselves, but it's about corporate wealth. It's about all the other things.
I could not agree more. To be honest with you, I don't think there's one word that you said that I disagree with. So, and that's very unusual for me. I'm usually on the opposite end. of many people's opinions, but not yours. I agree with just about everything that you said. Well, in fact, everything that you said. I want to remind everybody, you'll be in St. Louis, Missouri on September the 12th at Clayton Plaza Hotel. Deadline for tickets is 8:31. You can reach out at 314-322-0337. This is being put on by the Credo of Catholic Laity St. Louis. You can look at their website, Credo, CREDO, stlouis.org. Bishop Joseph Strickland, I understand you are America's bishop. I'm looking forward to meeting you on September 12th. I can't wait, actually. Sir, I appreciate you taking the time to spend with me. I'm not deserving, but I appreciate it, and I hope to get to meet you and know you on September the 12th.
Great. Thank you. God bless you.
You do. Take care of yourself, sir. I'll see you soon.
Okay.
All righty. All right, everybody. That was Bishop Strickland. I want to get more conversation going on about religion, Isaiah. You know, I'm just curious how people perceive the world, what shapes their viewpoints.
Yeah.
And I thought that was an interesting conversation. It's incredible. I did not see now I knew his side of the screen was he's on a cruise ship. But as I was watching that, that's not what I was seeing on my screen yesterday. It's the whole world is bizarre to me now.
Well,
I was not
it's
seeing
it's the background. Remember how I explained that background is going to take a lot of power, and so recording and then having that background is going to make your computer work overtime, basically. So
I live and learn every day. It cracks me up. All right. I don't want to make we'll do some advertising a little bit later. We got Ashley Awney, a Democrat representing District 14. She is waiting in the wings. And I want to make sure we get her in and not waste her time because I have a lot of questions for Ashley. We've had her on the radio show once before, but now it's time to get down to Chinatown on the podcast. Let's bring in Ashley Awney.
Okay.
Hey, Ashley, what's going on? Uh-oh, no volume. I think you've been waiting too long. Isaiah.
Here we go. Is that better?
That's better.
My apologies. How are you, Rob?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Doing well.
We have a little background noise. Do we know what's going on there, Isaiah?
It's not too bad.
I just want to make sure that we get every word crystal clear from.
No, I can.
Is it better now? My AC just kicked off.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Let's just start with I want to I'm very skeptical and critical of the Republican Party. I watch how they constantly say the Democrats this, the Democrats that, and I'll probably take your side on this because you guys don't really have any power in the state of Missouri. So I don't know why they're blaming you for everything that goes wrong. Seems very odd to me. But I just want to get from an ideological standpoint where the Democrat Party is, how you see the differences between the Democrats and the Republicans. I make the argument. This shouldn't be unfair to you. I want to make you understand where I'm coming from. I don't think there's a lot of difference in the outcomes regardless of the party, especially at the federal level. I can't say the state, but at the federal level, to me, it just seems like farcical nonsense. I don't even pay attention to really what goes on anymore. Donald Trump has been in the war, out of the war, in the war, out of the war for now until forever. To me, it's just it's almost insanity to get lost in that nonsense. So I really pay attention to state and local politics. That's why I like to get the Democrat viewpoint. I don't subscribe to a party. I mean, most people think that because I'm covering the Republican Party that I'm a Republican. I'm not. I just want to make sure you understand I'm not a Republican. I don't subscribe to party affiliation at all. I'm a journalist, and I want to ask and answer questions or get questions answered. So let me start with some of these things. One of my listeners sent in that you were in favor of SB3, which was the stadium bill, which I was heavily against. Can you explain why you were for SB3? I thought that was a corporate handout, and I don't like corporations to begin with, so I wouldn't want to give them a handout. What was your take on it back then, SB3?
Yeah. So, to clarify, SB3 was a lot of people called it the Chiefs and Royals package, right? It was the, what we put together as a legislature to try to incentivize the Chiefs and the Royals to stay in Missouri. And, one of the things that I think a lot about as a legislator, and one of the things that drew me to politics is I'm really fascinated by the things that motivate folks. What makes someone want to do something and what makes someone not want to do something, right? What are the carrots and the sticks that we can use, and how does policy play into that? How can we craft policy that incentivizes the right things in our communities and disincentivizes the wrong things? And to me, SB3 was one of those things that, we are, whether we like it or not, we are in a situation where states across the country are putting together incentive packages for these teams. And it's really important that Missouri stay competitive. Now, when you say it's like a corporate handout, I hear that. I definitely hear that frustration. But what I will say is that when you look across the country at other states that put together, these incentives for these teams, any public funding for stadiums, things like that, I think that what the package that we put together, Governor Kehoe worked with the Office of economic development. So sorry. The department, I'm sorry, of economic development. And that it was really important too. I think that partnership was really important because what happened is all of the folks kind of got together and talked. We talked with the county, we talked with the city, we talked with the state. We also talked with economic development efforts, and of course the teams, right? To make sure that what we were doing was enough incentive, but not so much of a handout that we couldn't sleep at night based on the taxpayer dollars that we were committing to these projects. I really do think that what we put together was a responsible approach. There are clawbacks in there, right? There are things that I think will work well. There are things that I'm not as excited about, and I think that we saw the outcome is in one way it worked, in one way it didn't. We lost the Chiefs, but here we are looking at a brand new Royal Stadium in downtown Kansas City. And I think that is huge for the economic development, not just of Kansas City, but of the entire state.
Did you think that entire bill was constitutional? As I remember it, and I'm trying to remember exactly what went down, but I remember people arguing that it was unconstitutional because it was multi-subject. Do you remember that conversation at the time, and how did you view it?
Yeah, we hear that argument a lot. What's interesting about the multi-subject argument is that it just tends to come out when folks want to use it. I can't tell you how many omnibus bills flow through the legislature at the end of every session, and people don't hesitate to vote on these bills that seem to contain multiple subjects as well. And so, I didn't really buy the argument on its face. I also just feel like that's an argument that kind of comes up when people want to latch onto something.
Do you think that the Missouri legislature really pays attention to the Constitution as much as they should? I'm a fan of Bryant Wolfen. He says no to the Republican Party all the time, and I like Bryant. And he says, Rob, he goes, if we pay attention to the Constitution, most of these bills are not constitutional. I vote against them, not because I don't sometimes prefer them. They're just not constitutional. I said, he said, we're supposed to pay attention to the Constitution. He goes, in the Republican Party, because that's where he's at, he goes, we don't pay attention to the Constitution anymore. Do you see that at all, or do you see that as just rhetoric?
Yeah, I mean, I do see that a little bit, and I love watching Bryant Wolfen stand up at a microphone with his Constitution in hand, ready to make a speech about something. I have a lot of respect for a legislator who is that principled, right? And he is, and he stands by it, and he'll vote no on things that seem like it might hurt you politically to vote no on, right?
Right.
But he does it because he's principled, and I think that argument. I think that there is some merit to it. I definitely think that we're in a situation right now, and I've served in the legislature for 6 years, but what I've seen is this Republican supermajority just kind of runs roughshod over everything. Like what I'm seeing is that they don't necessarily care about the constitutionality of certain things. They don't necessarily care about finding consensus or building policy that reaches across the aisle or impacts folks on a more equitable level, rather than just focusing on their own constituency, or whatever the case may be. But there are a lot of ways that the Missouri GOP currently isn't accountable to Missouri voters, and I do think that the constitutionality of some of the things we pass should be questioned. And I definitely think that Representative Wolfen is onto something there.
Gotcha. I see right behind you it says no on 4 and 5. We were against 5. We were lukewarm on 4. I ultimately said I would not vote for it if I was in Missouri, but A5 never, to me, that was a very complicated bill. It didn't make a lot of sense to me. What was your take on? I know you spoke out against A5. To me, it looked again. To me, it looked again like it was a shell game of sorts, a little bit more of misdirection. That's the way it certainly felt. And I told my audience, I said, listen, if you can't explain it, and you can't understand it, then how can you vote for it? That's the way I looked at it. I read the original text of that amendment on my radio show. I believe it was on my radio show. And I said, this is like speaking Chinese. A regular citizen has no idea what's going on here. What was your take on A4 and A5 put forth by the Republicans?
Right, and I remember talking with you about it back
Yeah.
then, right? And you know, I've always said my background is in marketing and communications, and I always say, you know, if you're explaining, you're losing. And watching this desperate pro Amendment 5, like tour across the state with town halls and all of these things, trying to explain, trying to bring people on board, and it was for naught, because ultimately Missouri voters saw it for what it was, and I do think it was smoke and mirrors. There's no voter that I talk to, and I have knocked doors over the last several months. I've knocked doors in St. Louis County, St. Charles County, Clay County, Platte County, Jackson County, Greene County. I've knocked all over the state. I've talked to voters everywhere, and what they're telling me, and what they've been telling the folks who are engaging with them, is that they're not stupid. They know that if you remove their income tax, they're going to be taxed somewhere else. Like that money has to come from somewhere. And especially seniors were really upset about it because we've done such a great job as a legislature the last few years of making their lives more affordable, right? Addressing some of the property tax issues with caps, eliminating their income tax burden on Social Security on the state level. And then here we are proposing this amendment that would make every transaction more expensive for them and wouldn't save them a dime in income tax. And so it was smoke and mirrors. And I definitely think that Missourians, what I'm really proud of is watching the results from primary night is Missourians understood the assignment. Amendment 1 passed, no problem, right? We love our parks. We don't mind continuing that small tax to make sure that our parks are beautiful and welcoming for everyone. But we said hell no to 4 and 5, right? And so, when I go back to Jeff City, I'm not going to have much patience for my Republican colleagues talking about how Missouri voters don't know what they're voting on, that they don't know what they're doing, because Missouri voters absolutely knew what they were voting on. They understood the assignment, and they understood that Amendment 4 was going to take away their power, at the ballot box, and Amendment 5 was going to hurt their bottom line.
Couldn't agree more. And I tell you what, you had to be celebrating because that was a beatdown. I keep saying to my Republican friends, I say, how can you not understand when you give it, if the governor's number one priority is this income tax, whatever he was doing with it, and you lose 83-17, isn't that a wake up call that maybe you're not looking at it from the right angle? Because that means that both the Democrats and the Republicans, the independents said, not a chance in the world do we trust you with moving around our taxes like this. That is such an ass kicking, 83-17, that I'm having trouble. I would be embarrassed to put forth as the governor to put forth an amendment that goes down 83-17. Have you ever seen anything? Because that is just a massive. I mean, you can't get 83% of the people in Missouri to agree that today is Tuesday, and then they
Right.
voted against that 83-17. How did you guys take that internally as Democrats? You look at that and you, okay, well, we want to oppose the Republicans. When you went 83-17 on a bill that the governor is promoting all over the state, is that party time for you guys? Do you look at that and go, okay, the Republicans are vulnerable? How do you guys see it?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, listen, I'm a Missouri Democrat, so pragmatism is where I live, right? I'm a realist, and I know, what we are and are not capable of. What I will say is that yes, we were absolutely celebrating. I've never seen anything like it. I knew that both of those amendments would fail. I was not prepared for those margins, and yeah, it is exciting. But I will say that there's an air of caution around the excitement and the celebration, because as a Missouri Democrat, I can tell you that for years, Missourians have been voting for the priorities that we espouse, right? Medicaid expansion, legalizing marijuana, workers' rights, paid sick leave, right? Raising the minimum wage, and then, of course, enshrining abortion access into the Constitution. Those are all values that Missourians have over and over again gone to the ballot box and said, like, hey, we agree with you, Democrats, whether they know they're saying that or not. We agree with you. We share these values, and here's what we want. And we've asked the legislature to act on these things, and they're not doing it. So we're doing it ourselves. So we know that Missourians share our values. That has not been in question for me. Even as a member of the super minority, I know that I share a lot of values with Missourians, even Missourians in deep red districts. What I think is frustrating, and continues to be frustrating, is the fact that it seems that Missouri voters aren't necessarily necessarily tying their policy priorities to the people that they're electing. So while, in 2024, a majority of House districts across Missouri voted in favor of Amendment 3, those districts still sent a super majority of Republicans down to the state house to serve and to represent their interests and to overturn their vote. So people aren't really connecting the party affiliation with their elected official, with the policies that are coming out of Jefferson City. And
Right.
that's been a challenge for Democrats in Missouri for as long as I've been elected. And so, I think the big takeaway from primary night is, how do we make sure that Missourians are clear that the people who put this on their ballot in the first place are the people that they sent down to Jefferson City to represent them? And maybe they're a little bit out of touch with what Missouri wants if 83% of Missourians said, hell no.
I've never seen anything like it. I was talking to friends and family. I said, I thought it was going to be, we had Jake Jackson's, somebody that's on I have a charity or 501c4. And he said, I think it's going to go down 70-30. I said, 70-30, there's no way. And then it was 83. I'm like, holy cow. Anyway,
Yeah,
can I ask you for some help on something?
of course.
I am perturbed, to say the least. Angry would be the better word. Furious is probably more like it. I have a friend who lives in Bridgeton, Missouri. It's, I guess, would be called North County, Missouri. And he has an 83 and 85-year-old parents who are going to lose their home because they cannot pay property taxes because they're older. They had some health issues, and Bridgeton is going to put their house up on auction because they can't pay their property taxes. Now, I look at the Republicans, I go, you buck up, kid. I don't care if you got cancer, if you're 85, you got to pay your taxes. That's just the way it is. And it just makes me want to just jump through and smash somebody in the face. And I apologize. I get frustrated with this because these are people I've known since I was a kid, and I love them. Why in the world would Missouri not say, you're 80-something years old? Property taxes are unconstitutional to begin with, in my opinion. It's just so absurd. It makes me want to, it's just crazy. There's other ways to collect money than taking the home away from an elderly person and putting it up for auction because they cannot pay property taxes. There should be some protection for our elderly parents and grandparents from the state. I mean, if the state's going to do that or the city of Bridgeton's going to do that, I just think it's so maddening. I can't understand how they get away with it, yet they're going to do it, and they do it all the time. And I've been watching this perpetuate itself in the state of Missouri. Why are there no protections for the elderly people on their property taxes? You can lien on their home, so when they sell it, you got to pay it off, this and that and the other. But to have these algorithms, the AI come in and say, well, your house is worth $350,000. Like, well, wait, but I didn't sell it for $350,000. You're going to tax me on something that I haven't realized yet? It's just so demonic, in my opinion. Is there some help that the state of Missouri can offer so that these people don't have to lose their homes when they're in their 80s? It just seems insane to me.
Yeah, and I think that that's a really good question. And property taxes are the number one thing that I hear about when I'm knocking doors in Platte County and talking to my voters. People are really concerned about it. And here in Platte County, we have fantastic school districts. I'm really proud to represent the Park Hill School District, and Platte County. We're really proud of the education that we provide our kids. And so, property taxes and really, how we tax Missourians is almost like a house of cards. When one card, you pull one card out and then the whole thing feels like it's going to collapse. And so when you start talking about, cutting property taxes or eliminating a property tax burden, or figuring out, what are these interventions for seniors facing, a special circumstance, whatever. The other side of that coin is, okay, well, that is a reduction in revenue for the county. Okay. We can say a lot of things about that, but what I would say about that as a Democrat in Missouri is that one of the reasons that we put such a high burden on our counties and our school districts is because we are not fully funding public education from the state level. And so when we start talking about when we start talking about property taxes in our communities, we immediately start hearing from our public schools saying, well, we can't afford that, right? I would argue that we need to look at this a lot more holistically. We can't just try to find one quick fix fix for seniors and, leave our students behind. I think that we can do both. We can walk and chew gum at the same time, but it's going to take a real overhaul. And frankly, I just don't think that the makeup of the legislature is going to allow for that right now. With a supermajority of Republicans, there's genuinely no incentive for working across the aisle and finding consensus on policy matters. And property taxes seem to be one of those things that it's a bipartisan issue. There are folks on both sides of the aisle who are really passionate about finding reforms. In fact, I was really excited. There was a property tax reform bill that moved through the legislature this year. And at the end of the year, it got all the way through the Senate. It came back to the House. It originated in the House. So all the House had to do was take it up and pass it. And the Republicans just let it sit there. Republican leadership decided not to put it on the calendar and let it die in the House in the last week of session.
What is I don't understand that, because I'm looking at it from a political standpoint. If I'm the Republicans and I recognize that there's a lot of animosity toward property taxes, to say the least, and then you hear about elderly people losing their homes because they can't pay their property tax, I would think that the Democrats would pounce on that and say, here, let me show you 4 people, put them in the commercials, that lost their homes because they couldn't pay their property taxes because they bought the home when they were in their 20s in 1975, and the house cost them $150,000. And now the state of Missouri is evaluating or appraising this home at $675,000. They're on a fixed income. They just had some medical issues, and now they can't afford the taxes on their home. So we'll just take it from them and sell it to BlackRock. That doesn't seem like a good position to be in from a political standpoint. Why don't people make hay out of that? I would just think that I understand that you need the revenue. I got it. But I would think the government is supposed to protect the citizens. The citizens aren't supposed to protect the school system. It's the other way around. We're looking at it backwards, in my opinion. How do you see it? I mean, am I crazy? Am I just not in the machine down there in Jefferson City, so I seem insane?
No,
Or do you
I don't think you seem insane. In fact, you seem pretty humane. I mean, what you're talking about is making sure that folks are able to age with dignity in their
Right.
homes.
That's right.
And that is something that is part of the human condition, right? And I think that that's a lot of what Democrats do stand for. It's one of the reasons I'm proud to be a Democrat, frankly, is that I do think that we look out for folks. I think the challenge is, however, like I said, there's no real incentive to reach across the aisle right now and find consensus. What I will say is that property tax bill that was moving through the legislature had a majority of Democratic language in there. It was a product of a traveling committee that went throughout the state last year, listening to communities about what needed to be fixed with assessments and everything else. And, we worked really hard across the aisle to address those things. And for whatever reason, the Republicans decided to kill it, which frankly doesn't make any sense politically for them. I know their constituents are telling them that they want property tax relief. So why would they not pass that? Why would they not take the W? It doesn't make any sense. I don't quite
Do
understand.
you have a sense of why? Because you're asking the same questions I ask the Republican Party all the time. You have easy wins that your people want. We talk about it all the time. I'm part of all these groups. I kind of know how the Republican electorate thinks. Why don't you take easy wins? They don't take them. They never take them. It's bizarre. It's like they fight their base and then act like the base doesn't understand what's going on. But they still
Yeah.
win. They still win. They still have a supermajority. I don't get it.
I know. It really boggles the mind how Missouri Republicans can be so out of touch with the electorate and yet continue to succeed. But I really do think that this is a change election year. I think that this year, having seen Amendment 3 pass in 2024, and then and then Republicans put abortion right back on the ballot in 26, watching them overturn the paid sick leave that we voted on, watch them pass a rigged map on behalf of the president during a special session. And then cram these 2 deeply unpopular amendments onto the ballot and watch them go down in flames. I mean, I think it's pretty clear. They're out of touch. They don't know what Missourians want. And I just have to hope that Missourians are waking up to it. And you asked why are Democrats not putting these folks in commercials? I'll tell you why, Rob. It's because we don't have the resources to do it. It is everything that we can do to make sure that we flip seats in the legislature this year to get the resources. But as a super minority, we don't have national dollars coming in. I mean, the Republicans walked away from HRCC with another $2 million in the bank. And we haven't even raised $1 million this cycle for the Democrats, right? That's the deficit we're at. And so, Democrats have a ground game. We understand the assignment, and we're doing the work in the communities where we know that we can make some headway. And that's really all we can do. But man, if I had a few $1 million, the kind of commercials I would run, I think about them all day long.
Gotcha. Okay. I got to. This is why I think Missouri is relatively right-leaning, as a
Mhm.
state, don't you think? It's a right-leaning state.
I would
I
agree
think
it's right leaning.
yeah, and I think there are issues that are very emotional to people that consider themselves libertarians, conservatives. There's very emotional issues. One is abortion, and I know that as a Democrat, you would call it reproductive rights for women. On the other side, if you're a religious person, you see that as the murder of a potential child. So you can see where that is always going to cause friction.
Right.
How do you think A3 is going to lay down? I'm going to give you my opinion on it, and then we'll see how it lays out when these people vote on A3. I see A3. It was written by Adam Schnelting. I believe that A3 is just a moneymaker for both sides, quite honestly. I think this is something they never want to solve because if you solve it, there's no money in the problem, right? So that's what I think is going on. I think that for me, I think it's obvious, but what do I know? I look at it and say, okay, if I'm going to structure a bill and I'm a Republican, I'm not going to structure a bill that splits the baby in half, if you will, right? They're going to say, okay, well, we're going to have some abortions. We're going to enshrine these into our Constitution for fetal anomalies, rape, incest, this kind of thing. Well, religious people are going to go, wait a minute, I'm not going to enshrine abortion into, and I know you're on a different page. I'm just saying from a political standpoint, I'm not going to enshrine it in the Constitution because I'm against all abortion, not most or 95% or 99%. I'm against all of it. So I can't consciously vote for this thing. I can't do it. Why would they structure a bill that to me seems like it's just structured to lose? Why would they have not protected IP reform when they had abortion eliminated in the state of Missouri? I want you to put your mind inside of a Republican legislature because I don't understand it other than it's a money raiser. It's a very emotional issue, and they do not want to solve the issue in totality because there's no money in solving the issue. Do you see it that way?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I see it that way. I think that one of the things, that drives partisan politics across this country, that's one of the issues, guns and abortion. I feel like those are the two wedge issues that people
Right.
point to, right? And I don't think that they want to solve the problem. I think it is fascinating that the language that was passed through the legislature is what passed. I've heard from conservatives that it doesn't go far enough. And I would argue from my side of the aisle, I would say that the 12 weeks is it's how many as a sexual assault survivor myself,
Mhm.
I can tell you that most sexual assault criminal cases don't get adjudicated in 12 weeks, right? So how does one prove that they were sexually assaulted when it's hard to prove that anyway? So I worry that when we talk about incentives and disincentives, what does that put into the incentive structure for folks who are seeking this reproductive care? Would that create a situation where they might lie about being assaulted just so they could receive the care they need, right?
Exactly.
There are real concerns with this. Not to mention, most women don't even know they're pregnant for the first like 6 to 8 weeks. So that really only gives you, 4 to 6 weeks to, make a decision and find the care you need and find the resources to get that care. And so, yeah, I think it's really interesting that Republicans put this on the ballot this way. I think that they probably understood that in 2024, when Missourians said that they wanted abortion access, they realized that they couldn't politically get away with just an outright ban. That's not going to pass in the state of Missouri. So they tried to structure it like it wasn't a ban. But I want to be very clear, like this is an abortion ban. The restrictions they're putting on this don't really give women much leeway to make this choice at all. And so it's an abortion ban by any other name, right? And so, but I think what's interesting about what they did here is that it's not just about abortion, right? They're talking about gender affirming care for trans kids, which, by the way, we removed access to care for trans kids in 2023. Missouri does not allow gender affirming care for minors in the state of Missouri. Full stop. So why are
Is
we
there a
making
sunset
folks
on it?
vote on it?
I think that was the argument. There was a sunset on it. Is it going away at some point?
There is a sunset on it, and I have no doubt that the Republicans are going to renew that sunset.
Okay. Very interesting because I think we're on the same page with from a political standpoint,
Mhm.
from an ideological standpoint. I'm against abortion, so I
Right.
understand. But I
Understood.
also understand that it's a free country and people have difference of opinions, and that is where I think that's where I think both parties they pick that scab. And I just think there's an ideological difference. Some people say, wait a minute, this is a woman's right to choose. The other people say, wait a minute, you're killing a baby. And I don't know that that ever gets solved. I just hate the fact that it becomes such a wedge issue and people raise money on it and it never gets resolved. I mean, it's just, it's frustrating to me because it feels like you're almost stealing money on either side of it because, you're not going to solve the issue. You're just not going to solve those ideological differences. I got to ask you about the trans situation too. What is your take on that? My position on the trans agenda is once you turn 18 and you're considered an adult in this country, I don't care if you want to turn yourself into a unicorn. That's just my take on it. But under that age, I was an imbecile when I was 16 years old. I was functionally retarded at 12 years old. So for me to change my gender at that age, to me, seems almost insane to allow children to make that decision until their brains develop. They have an understanding of what their sexuality is, what's going on in the world. How do you see it as a Democrat? Do you see this transgender issue as something that should be left to adults to determine and not have parents change the gender of a child when they're 8, 9, 10 years old, like they're trying to do in California? What's your position on it?
My position is it's a little nuanced. Like I have met some of these trans kids. I've been in the Emerging Issues Committee. I was for the first 4 years of my legislative career, and that is where these bills, these anti-trans bills, these gender-affirming care bills, these trans athlete bills, all of those bills moved through that committee for several years. And so I had an opportunity to meet some of these families, some of these kiddos who were going through this, who identified differently, or as a different gender or as non-binary. And what I walked away from that experience with is just a lot more compassion for the human condition and for the struggles that folks go through. I'm not going to pretend to understand what it's like to be a parent of a trans kid. I'm not going to pretend to understand what it's like to feel like I'm in a body that doesn't match who I am inside. That's not an experience I've had. And so I try to approach the issue with a lot of compassion. I will say that, like I said, Missouri outlawed gender affirming care for minors in 2023. And, there are a lot of nuances to this issue. I think a lot of people just hear, they think when we say gender affirming care for minors, they think that we're talking about surgery. They think that we're talking about, removing genitalia or breasts or, all of these things, putting kids on, irreversible medications. And I think it's important to note that none of that was happening in Missouri even before it was banned. There were no surgeries happening on minors. That wasn't happening. Okay. So I think that that's an important place to start. Mm-hmm. And I think that, the concerns that were raised in these hearings, I get it. I hear it. But what I will also say is that we heard from medical professionals who talked a lot about, you don't have to go so far as to make this big change, right? If a kiddo comes to you and says, hey, I don't feel right in my body, the process for gender affirming care for a kid is really extensive. It involves a lot of mental health care. It involves a lot of therapy up front to determine if this is actually what the kid is feeling. There's no situation where a kid wakes up and says, hey, I think I'm a boy, and their parents take them to the doctor, and the next day they're on, hormone replacement and they're scheduled for surgery. That doesn't happen. It is a years-long process. And sometimes it just involves like puberty blockers to give the kid a few years to understand who they are before their body develops in a way that may not feel right to them. Because those are the situations that put kids in a really scary mental health position. If you are feeling so out of touch with your physical body, and the world isn't accepting you, and you're, a 12 to 16-year-old kid who is just trying to navigate the world like any other teenager or preteen, that's a lot. And we see a lot of suicide because of this. And so, when I think about this issue, my thought is I just wish we could approach it with a little bit more compassion and a little bit more acknowledgement that, like, we don't really understand. A lot of us don't understand what these folks are going through. And I think that, if we can just better understand the science and have a little bit more compassion. I'm not saying that I think that Missouri should, go, allow all of these things for minors all of the time, right? I think it's nuanced, and I think it's important that we take a beat and have a conversation and really let folks start to understand and maybe meet a few trans folks. And I think, we're in a situation where, 20, 30 years ago, we were having these conversations about gay marriage too. And look how far we've come there. Sometimes it just takes folks getting to know other people, getting to see other people's humanity before they can really accept the differences. And my hope is that America is on that journey right now. I know Missouri is. And unfortunately, when we have things like Amendment 3, where we're scapegoating trans kids to pass an abortion ban, I think that that's really what irks me. If we want to talk about trans kids, let's talk about trans kids. Let's talk about healthcare. Let's talk about those things. But conflating that with an abortion ban, I think, is incredibly disingenuous, and I think it preys on the fears of Missourians who might otherwise be supportive of abortion care.
Actually, I just had an experience just recently. So I have a good friend of mine who just passed away. He was a stepfather to 5 kids. They never got married, but they sometimes in the eyes of the Lord, marriage is different than legally, right? So he raised 5 kids. One of those kids was a transgender. And when he was going through it, I said, "Well, what's happening? What decision are you making here?" Because the child was about 17 and changing from a girl to a boy. And he said, "Rob, we don't know what to do." And I don't want to get into the names. I'm going to tell everybody what's going on, but this child was trying to kill themselves. They were cutting themselves, I'll say at the time, cutting herself, could not be controlled, could not be consoled, and went through some therapy. Now, again, I don't necessarily trust therapy that much either. That's just, again, that's just my take on things. But ended up that it was gender dysphoria, and they went through the process as 17, 18-year-old. So it was about adult time. And I know this child. I know this person. I was just with them at a funeral, and could not be more wonderful. My friends know this person, kind, bright, completely happy. And so, my perception is transgenderism is a little bit, I don't know if it's a good thing for society necessarily, because a lot of it might be mental issues that you need to work through, right? Because if I feel like a girl and I'm not, odds are something's not going right up top. But I don't know what the answer to that question is. I don't know that killing yourself is the best option. And if that's one of the options that these people go through that are having this traumatic experience inside of them, I don't know that that's the best option. And this family made the decision to allow, I guess I should say allow or support the transitioning from a girl to a boy simply because they didn't think they had a choice. They thought that the child was going to, they were so freaked out that she was going to kill herself because this was going on for months on end and it was getting kind of crazy and the whole house was in turmoil. And ultimately the child transitioned from a girl to a boy and is perfectly happy, mid-20s. And when you meet him or her or however we would describe it, perfectly normal, perfectly kind, perfectly bright, tons of friends, you would never know. And I just think that it did change my opinion a little bit on how to perceive it a little bit.
Yeah.
When you said it's humanity, it was like, okay, this is a human soul. I may not agree with how we got here, but this is a person. This is a good person. They're not hurting anybody. But it happened as an adult. For me, it's the childhood thing that really bothers me. I
Yeah.
just think that, when you're a child and you're, 11, 12 years old in California, there's cases out there where 2 and 3-year-olds, the parents want to change their gender identity. To me, that just seems evil, but they allow it out in California. Or at least there,
I've never heard of that, but yeah, that seems young.
yeah, these are cases out there where I shouldn't say 2 or 3, but 5, 6, 7 years old, where the mother, there's a case out there where the mother believes that the gender dysphoria is going on with their child, and they want to change the child, I think, from a boy to a girl. And the child's only 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, and the courts are siding with the mother who wants to have this done, and the father's been fighting in courts. I followed it when I was out in LA. I used to work out in LA. I was following that story for a while.
Hmm.
But anyway, I'll leave it there. I just think it is a complex issue, as
It
you
is.
say, and I think that when you're always black and white, sometimes you miss the conversation and the humanity in the conversation.
That's
One
right.
other issue I think that you would have problems with, Republicans, myself included, is illegal immigration. And I also think there's humanity there as well. I have a friend of mine who I worked with out in LA who came here when she was 16 years old. She was from Mexico. She's not a legal citizen. She freaks out when Donald Trump becomes president. We were having long talks about it when I was working with her out there. Now she's in her late 30s, early 40s, and she's worried that she's going to be removed from her whole life. She came across the border when she was 16 years old, escaping family issues, got into the United States, has established herself, been working the entire time. Great lady. I absolutely adore her. But at some point, what is the rule of law? What is the rule of law? Do we just allow, because our country's going to start war no matter what, and if you're starting war everywhere and you're bringing enemies across the border, I can see a problem happening in the future where our enemies don't like the American government. It causes problems for us. What is your take on illegal immigration in the state of Missouri and the country for that matter? What's the Democrat point of view?
I'm certainly not going to speak for all Democrats across the country. But here's what
You're,
I'll
you're,
say.
you're my Democrat for the country today.
um, I was selected to serve on Speaker Plocker's special interim committee on illegal immigrant crime. This was 2 years ago in 2024. We went around the state and we visited different communities, listening to folks about what illegal immigration was doing to their communities. Right? What were the effects? And I think that what Speaker Plocker's hope was, because he was running for lieutenant governor at the time, I think that his hope was that it would shine a light on all of the crime being committed by illegal immigrants across the state. But what was fascinating to me is that over and over and over again, we would sit in these communities, in these libraries, in these auditoriums, whatever, listening to folks, a lot of law enforcement actually, as well as folks who are community organizers with minority communities and immigrant communities. And what we heard over and over again is just we're under resourced. And that most of the folks who are here illegally, they are more likely to be a victim of a crime in Missouri. They're more likely to be taken advantage of because of their immigration status or lack thereof. And so that was another situation where, again, like the humanity of these folks was really kind of brought to my attention. And you hear stories from folks who have fled their countries for whatever reason, right? We have seen an influx of folks from Central America, right, fleeing gang violence, and mothers who are dragging their preteen sons across the border to make sure that they're not getting inducted into a gang. And I think as I can't put myself in that position, right? Like as a if I was a parent of a kid, like I would do anything for my kid, right? Like I would do anything. And so can you blame these folks who are bringing their children across the border? Yeah, they're maybe putting them in a tough situation here in America, but my God, the other option is certain death, right? Or abuse, or whatever. And so when I think about the immigration system in America, what occurs to me is that we have done a terrible job, I think, over the last several decades as a country, in terms of how we approach immigration. I feel like our Congress is just, if I can be a little crass, is a little too chicken shit to address the issue. I think they keep kicking the can down the road, and they're hoping that future electeds will deal with it at some point. But the fact of the matter is we have a patchwork of immigration policy in this country that is not serving both Americans, or the folks who are looking to get into this country, who want to be a part of our country, who want to be Americans, who want to participate in our economy, and do great things, and they aspire to be us. And how incredible, what a place of privilege that we have as Americans, that people, we are the beacon on the hill. People want to come here. Look at the Statue of Liberty, right? What are we telling people? Bring us your tired, huddled masses. And that's what this country was founded on. And I would really love for, on a national, on a federal level, for us to kind of get our crap together and pass a comprehensive immigration reform that not only addresses, the border situation and making sure that our borders are secure, but that we do have a path to immigration for folks who want to do it the right way. And that path has to include funding the courts, right? I mean, look at folks who are trying to get legal status right now. They are stuck in legal limbo, waiting for a court date, waiting for an immigration judge to be available to hear their case. We simply don't have the resources to do it right now. And we're doing our citizens a disservice, and we're doing immigrants a disservice as well.
Why don't they fix these issues? This is another thing, because the Democrat-Republican Party thing is something that I've been watching for quite some time, and I don't see a lot of issues get solved. I'm 56 years old. All of them, they were talking about the borders when I was a child. I'm
Right.
56. They're still talking about the borders. I see that a lot of the main issues never get really resolved. It's just, okay, I have an opinion on one thing, you have an opinion, we'll fight about that incessantly. We'll make sure that we raise money off of it because I have a viewpoint, you have a viewpoint. Let's fight over it and let's raise money. Why do you think the Democrat, and this is more at the federal level, I'll talk about the federal level. Why do you think it really is, I don't even know what the word for it is, fraudulent, as I believe that it is, that really the game is the money. You need to bring money in for the Republican Party. You need to bring money in for the Democrat Party, and the parties take precedent over the people. So you want to bring money into the party. Therefore, you don't solve issues, because it's like cancer. If you solve it, there's no money. It just feels like that is really the game that goes on in Washington, D.C. for me. I went there with Isaiah. We went there about I don't know, 2 or 3 months ago. Ashley, it's the most powerful capital on planet Earth, and there was like 4 people walking around the Capitol talking to their politicians. I'm like, what in the world is happening in our world where Isaiah and I can hit golf balls down the Capitol hallways, and I won't even hit anybody because there's nobody there to talk to our politicians that are supposedly making all the decisions for us. Do you think that this is really, if you're being honest with me, please be honest, because I know a lot of people don't like to be honest when it comes to this. Do you think that the party heads really just want to have these fighting issues from now until forever, and that is why there's always this nick away at the sides of them, and they never really solve anything? Is it really just about raising money?
I will say that, our campaign finance laws in this country certainly
Incentivize?
incentivize grift.
Yes.
On both sides of the aisle.
Yes.
And I will tell you that that is something, as someone who, my purview as minority leader here in Missouri has shifted a lot, right? So like what I can see now is I kind of have a 30,000 foot view, right, of what's going on in Missouri politics. Where is the money flowing? Where is it coming from? Who's getting what and why? And who are the consultants, right? Who's coming in and who's profiting from these things? And seeing that over and over and over again, it does make me realize that our campaign finance structure in this country, with all of the money in politics, it does not incentivize problem solving, and that is a huge problem for the American people.
Who do you think is running the state of Missouri, really? Where's the money coming from? You know who it is. Come on. You got to know. You got to see this money flooding into the Republican Party. And do you have a sense of where that donor money's coming from and what they ultimately want in this country? Like when you say you have Chinese land that is purchased in the state of Missouri, I don't think Missourians went, you know what, we should probably have the Chinese come in and buy up our land in the state of Missouri. I don't think they're going for that. Why do you think, or who do you think, I guess I should say, who do you think is really controlling the Republican Party? Because it's got to be big donors, because they don't make a lot of good political decisions. So there has to be money behind something that's pulling the strings. Do you have a sense of who that is or what that is?
Well, I mean, this year I would say that the number one name on the tip of everyone's tongue is Rex Sinquefield. I mean, that man has all the money in the world and has a lot of connections across this country and is absolutely trying to impose his will here on the state of Missouri. That income tax plan was his. That was
And in
his top
Kansas.
to bottom.
Yeah, and in Kansas, he did the same thing in Kansas. Do you think some
Exactly.
of these offshoot groups like Americans for Prosperity and these type of operations, do you think they're not really grassroots organizations? They're just they're structured organizations that whatever Rex wants to do or whatever the big money wants to do, they fall in line with it and they begin to sell it as though they're offshoots, grassroots organizations. I see
Yeah.
you shaking your head. Yes, you agree
Yeah,
with me.
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if AFP, look at what they did with Amendment 5, right? They were not listening to their grassroots. Their grassroots were screaming at them that Amendment 5 was bad for Missouri. And they still, they were knocking doors, they were raising money, they were doing all the things. And, if you talk to conservatives in the legislature, what you'll hear is that AFP is not really the conservative grassroots organization that they sell themselves as. Folks with perfect AFP voting scores aren't getting endorsements, but people like John Patterson, who most people in the legislature would consider to be a rhino, are getting the endorsement. So make that make sense.
Do you think that I was looking at it, and I'll let you go after this. I like talking to you because I like to get in the Democrat point of view on these things. I saw money coming in from the gambling industry. These video gambling companies are coming in, and I'm looking at the money coming in. It's going to Alex Riley, who's going to be the next Speaker of the House, and he's chosen as the next Speaker of the House before he's even elected, which I think is insane. I don't understand how the Republican Party gets away with it. But all the money's coming into the leadership. The money's coming into the leadership of the Republican Party. Therefore, I would have to imagine that we're going to have these video gaming machines all over the state of Missouri. Do you think that this is just up for sale? It just feels like it's up for sale to me. I don't think that Republicans, now again, I'm not taking an ideological stance on it myself, but I don't think most Republicans, conservatives would want video gambling, porn, and marijuana. I'm not taking an ideological stand on it, but they wouldn't necessarily want that. Yet it's coming in under Republican leadership. And I just have to think that money is just making the day. They say, this is what we want. There's a big industry here. Let's get this passed. We'll call ourselves libertarians for the day, and then we'll get this stuff passed outside of the bounds of what the platform would be for the Republican Party. Does it feel to you at some times that the government of Missouri is just kind of up for sale right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think it does, especially with this. I mean, the VLT versus casino fight in the legislature has been really wild to watch, and the money piece of it is I think the most fascinating. I mean, these guys are throwing money around like it just grows on trees and or falls out of slot machines, which I guess in their case it does. And it's not. It's really fascinating to watch where that money is going and how they respond to people, and it feels very transactional. And frankly, I don't love what it's kind of the precedent it's setting. Because what's also interesting is if you look at lobbyist filings and who they're working for, what you'll see is most lobbyists in Missouri in the Capitol are contracted on one side or the other of this issue. Um,
Mm.
and that is insidious. Like that is wild to have something so big. And I hear arguments on both sides. I have always been a no on the proliferation of VLTs across the state. I don't think we need slot machines in gas stations where kids can have access to them.
Terrific.
But I will say, I do think there is an argument to be made, and I hear it from, I have business owners in my district who have said, listen, having these VLTs in our restaurant, like, helped us make payroll during COVID.
Yeah.
I've heard of, folks who have these VLTs at a VFW, and they know that the money's going, or that they hope that the money's going to, if it gets taxed, it'll go to veterans, right? And so the argument from the VLTs is if we tax it and we can send money to veterans, like that's an incentive, to keep these in these VFWs, which okay, whatever. If we're talking about a bar, if you have to be carded to get in, that's a whole other situation. But putting these on making every single gas station a casino, that is certainly not what our Constitution intended when it insisted that we only have a certain number of gaming institutions and they must be on a river. Like we put stipulations on there because we wanted to make it a high bar to clear in Missouri, and this would be the largest expansion of gaming in the state's history. And I think that is it's concerning, and the money around it is really concerning. Watching it flow to Republican leadership year after year, John Patterson got hundreds of thousands from these VLT companies, and we saw them playing really heavily in Senate races this year too. So it'll be interesting to see how that shapes up in the future legislative session, especially depending on the makeup of the legislature and frankly how many seats I'm able to flip.
I see it very similar. I do. I think if you want to gamble and you're an adult, whatever, do your thing. But, to put them in gas stations where 15-year-olds can come in and get addicted to gambling, because anybody knows anything, I know about addiction and gambling quite well. And I'll tell you that addiction with gambling happens very quickly, and it will take over your life in a heartbeat. And you got to be very careful with that. So you don't want children exposed to it. If you're going to put it in a VFW or a bar where you're getting carded, I'm with you. You're an adult, you make stupid decisions. That's fine. You're a free person. But putting it where children get to it, I think is a bad move. Last question. Somebody in the app said you voted against the hemp industry in the state of Missouri. This is something I'm going to be talking about here before too terribly long, is I see a marijuana monopoly going on in the state of Missouri. Who would have ever guessed that was going to happen? What is your take on voting against these hemp dealers? We have one that's an advertiser for us. I'm curious your take on it.
Yeah. So, my take is that I voted in support of Representative Hinman's bill to impose more regulations on these hemp derived products. And a lot of the reason is because I've got a 16-year-old stepdaughter, and if she goes to a gas station and her and her friends are just right now inundated with all of these products, and they say that they've got their Delta 9 or blah, 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 their THC or hemp derived or whatever but they're unregulated. We don't know what's in them, and these kids are getting access to them, and folks are ingesting these things, and without regulation and without setting standards, I have seen we've been presented with situations where the industry was just not responding to the needs of consumers truly, and it's concerning. And so regulating that, I think, made a lot of sense to me. And That argument, that same argument of this is creating a monopoly, could also be made, with the VLT thing too. What the other side of the argument on VLTs is that the casinos are just trying to keep their monopoly, but the casinos would argue that they're actually just trying to keep things regulated and on an even playing field. And I think that that's what the cannabis industry would argue as well.
Well, the marijuana industry, because that's another big one for me. I have friends that are in that game, and they are not happy, to say the least. It looks to me like the state of Missouri has turned marijuana into a corporate entity. It doesn't look like the small guy can come in and say, you know what, I'm going to grow marijuana in my backyard. I'm going to sell it to my friends and my family. I'm the little guy trying to make a living. It seems like now. I think the fees were like they were telling me it was like $1.5 million to get into the game.
Yeah.
I'm so anti-corporate. Cannot. That's why I come from this angle. I'm very anti-corporate. I'm very anti-consolidation of power and wealth. And I would think as a Democrat, you are too, right? You'd like to spread that out to where small businesses and the everyday person can compete. But it looks to me like it's turned into, okay, we're going to sell marijuana in the name of regulation. We're going to make it so only the wealthy can be a part of the marijuana game. That's what it seems like to me. Do you see it different than that? Because again, regulation is one thing, but you can regulate anything if you want to. Why would you regulate it just so only the powerful people can sell the product?
Well, I think that this actually goes back to the initiative petition process, which is that a legislature is designed, our democracy is designed to be responsive to voters. It is my job as a legislator to represent, the will of my constituents. It is not my job to go down and press a button based on my personal opinions all the time. And so the fact that the legislature has been so consistently unresponsive to constituents that constituents have to go put, ballot measures on the ballot themselves. I think that this is a perfect example of why the legislature should be responding to folks and should be crafting legislation, good policy that has to go through a legislative process to pass. When we don't do that and when we're not responsive, the industry will take it into their own hands. We want to say that citizens will do it, and citizens did do it, but citizens can't do that without a bunch of cash. And guess where they found that cash? The cannabis industry, right? So they wrote the constitutional amendment and they got it passed. And here we are. We're now implementing this on their terms. But we wouldn't be here if the legislature had just responded to their constituents when they said, we want to make this legal.
Gotcha. Ashley, Ani, I got to tell you, I'm looking at you and sometimes I get a little bit mesmerized. You look so much like my mother when she was young. It blows my mind.
Oh, wow.
I've got to find a picture of my
I
mom.
would love to see her.
It's the same haircut from back in the, I guess it'd be the early 70s. Same kind of haircut back then.
Yeah.
You look almost identical to her. It blows me away.
Well, she sounds lovely.
One of the greatest ladies ever to live. I want to thank you for taking the time. What I like about you is you take these conversations. You know where I'm coming from on a lot of these things. We may not agree, but I continue to say the more we talk to each other, the more we find humanity, the more we say, you know what, we disagree on these issues, but I don't have to hate your guts because you see it from a different angle, the better off we are in society. So I really appreciate you coming on. I hope we can do it more often.
Me too. Thank you for having me.
Great. Have a great day.
You too.
Thanks, Ashley. All right, Isaiah, that was fun. I enjoy the conversations. I do continue to say that we have to have conversations, and some people get so frustrated that they only want to hear what they want to hear, right, Isaiah? And
well, I'm a Charlie Kirk disciple. That's exactly everything that he talks about. And some of my favorite videos of him is him defending people that don't agree with him to the crowd because people are heckling them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just because he's saying, hey, they let them speak. They need an opportunity to speak, to ask a question and talk. Like that's the great part about being in Free Nation. So
she comes off as likable, though, right? I mean, I know a lot of people are going to disagree with her.
I don't think you're getting to her position without being likable.
Stance on abortions, stance on trans, conservatives have a completely different view, but I like people who will come on and say, you know what, I know your audience is not going to be in line with what I'm thinking, but I want to have these conversations with you because I want you to understand how I'm thinking. And maybe we can move people just a little bit back and forth if we have conversations. What I don't like.
Yeah. Just like Strickland, I felt like, right? He's coming on. There's people that are in the Catholic Church that don't necessarily agree with him, but
it's probably
hearing his viewpoint, that's the only way you're going to understand why is he doing what he's doing? Why does he believe the things that he does, right? Is just hearing his viewpoint. Otherwise, you're just saying it's hearsay and you're making a determination based off of, oh, okay, I think this is what they believe because this is, these are their actions or something like that, right?
And you look at this, and I was just thinking as you were talking, Ashley Ani's been on my show multiple times. I can't get Josh Hawley on the show. And
Exactly.
Ashley Ani and I are probably on the ideological, completely different,
Yeah.
polar opposites in the way we see the world. I can't get Josh Hawley, who says he agrees with everything I say, to come on. I couldn't get him on the radio show.
Yeah.
I can't get him on the podcast. And yet Ashley Ani will come on and have this conversation as the minority leader in the House of Representatives for the Missouri government. It's very strange to me
Mhm.
that the Republicans that are supposedly in the same camp with me on all of the issues, I guarantee you, if I went through issue by issue by issue by issue with Josh Hawley, he theoretically would agree with every issue that I have, and yet won't come on the show.
Yeah.
How
It's
does that make any
because,
sense to anybody? I don't understand it. How does that make sense?
that's the MAGA cult, like we were talking about this morning, Rob, is that, if you're not falling in line and just praising the Republican Party and all the great things they're doing, it seems like there's no conversation to be had then.
Yeah.
That
Don't
they
you think
want
that's the way it is?
they want to have. You know what I mean?
Yeah, by having the conversation, you're endorsing their opinion. That's kind of how they look at it. Yeah,
Yeah.
they call it platforming. Mark Levin
Exactly.
saying if you platform somebody, then you're agreeing with their opinion. I'm saying, no, I'm communicating the way Americans are supposed to communicate with people they disagree with in a respectful manner.
Yep.
I disagree with her big time on some of the issues. Right,
Yes.
I do. I don't want to get into a shouting match, but I disagree with her. But I don't think she's somebody that's coming from a disingenuous standpoint on some of these issues. Now, I don't know about the hemp issue. I was listening to John in there. That's a very sticky issue for. I have a very good friend that's in that game.
Mhm.
And, I just saw him just recently, and he's
And
more
it's a
upset.
great argument she makes because I mean, is there any unregulated farming? I don't know.
Right,
That probably not. And I didn't even think about that. I'm like, man, that's just as someone who tries to see a holistically, you know what I mean?
right.
As an alderman, like she talks about, that's what I'm trying to do is look at it holistically, even if I don't agree with it. How am I looking at all the information and then making a decision based off of all of the information? That's an interesting point to talk about unregulation. And when she said that, I was like, man, yeah, like beef. We have the FDA. All these regulations are here for food, for drugs. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there
Oh,
is farming that's unregulated. I don't just know about, but thinking here, I think there's probably most regulation around farming now that I think about it. And so I can understand that viewpoint, like she's saying, from the marijuana industry of just wanting to have an equal playing field. But I'm also just completely like you. I hate the corporate. I think that we should be able to grow whatever I should be able to grow tomato plants and whatever I want. And
I'm
I
wondering
should be able
about
to
this.
I should be able to give you a bushel of tomatoes if I want to, right?
I'm wondering about the regulatory thing, right? I
Yeah.
really do. I look at it and I say, okay,
I don't
does
think I don't think regulation's good personally. I'm
do
just
we
saying,
need this much regulation in our lives? Do
yeah.
we need the government to touch
No.
every single thing that we do? And I look at that and say, I don't think so. My
No.
gut feeling is we are way overregulated. Just regulation, because regulation means the government's involved. And I don't
Yes.
think the government should be involved
Exactly.
in every single. You have to make decisions. You have to have a society that has some understanding of what's going on in the world. I don't need the government to hold my hand every time I go to the bathroom. I don't need the government to tell me what I can and can't do about every single issue and tax me on every single issue and be involved in every single issue and for my protection for every single issue. How about let me be an adult and let me live my life and get off of my back and quit taking my money and
Yeah.
allow me to have a free life where I make my own decisions. And if I fall off my bike, I'll learn how to ride my bike better.
Yeah.
How about that? I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it crazy. I don't know. I must be crazy because I think we're so conditioned into the government, wiping our ass all the time that
Yeah.
that's just the way it's gonna be.
And I
All
think
right.
that's where John Grady comes from too, with his concerns that I think we all just think that there should be no regulation around most of these things in general, and trying to bring regulation in somewhere it's them imposing their will on the people again, right?
Maybe I'm
And
missing it with the marijuana, though. I'm thinking with the marijuana, even if it's regulated, why couldn't you regulate small business? I mean, why do I have to buy into the marijuana game at a million
no,
million?
that's been since the beginning, from what I understand, because my buddy's dad tried to do the same thing back when I think didn't medical marijuana come first to Missouri and then it was recreational.
Probably. That's usually how
Um,
it works. They stage it in.
so I think when it was I think when it was medical, um, he tried to get in and he spent lots of money, like you mentioned, hundreds of thousands of dollars to get in some type of lottery to get his name drawn or something, and never got picked. So he spent all that money just to not get picked to open up a business.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh.
and I heard that was very common, and so that it's been like that since the beginning of this industry. And I I don't know why that is. I don't know how it is in other states. I don't really know much about the business, but
I was
it
texting John
seems that
Grady.
it seems like it was a regulation that is at the state level, because the federal does. I don't think they have any hand in this. You know what I mean?
I
So it
was
has to be all Missouri, the
Missouri
legislation.
government. I was texting back and forth with John Grady this morning. We'll do a show from his shop. And I said, I really want to understand this entire marijuana business from scoop to nuts.
Mhm.
Explain to me how this works, because if marijuana is going to be legal in the state of
Yeah.
Missouri, what is the business side of it? What is the corporate side? What is the regulatory side? How does this whole thing work? How did it develop? What is going on? Because my buddies are telling me that it's basically a corporate takeover of the marijuana industry, that the big family names, the big money that are behind Missouri politics, they're going to run it,
Mhm.
and they're going to be the only ones that can sell it. And if you want to be a small guy, you can sell it to your neighbor. They're not going to bother you. But
Isn't
if
that
you
like any other drug, basically, right?
It
That
certainly feels that way. It
yeah,
does. It certainly feels that way. All right, let me
they're
get a
trying
couple of
to.
advertisers in. Let's get Rick Bavitz on the show.
Let's
Let's
do
do
it.
rocketcareers.com, ROCKIT careers.com, rocketcareers.com. That is my good friend, Mitchy Mandel. He'll be on the show here before too terribly long. We're going to talk about, we got a lot to talk about with child trafficking. Like I said, he knows everything about the situation. Rocketcareers.com. Again, if you're a small to medium sized business and you do not have a human resources department, maybe can't afford it, or maybe they're just not doing a good job, think about rocketcareers.com, ROCKIT careers.com. They'll help you find good employees, good people, so that you have good talent in your business. It always grows when you have good talent. And again, if you're out of work, hate your job, money's getting tight, starting to panic just a little bit, and you need to launch a new career, where are you going to go? You're going to go to a nationwide business with great people that have a huge network. That is Rocket, ROCKIT careers.com, rocketcareers.com, 636-778-2419, 636-778-2419, Rocket, ROCKIT careers.com. Then we have Advanced Wellness MED.com. That's my good friend Helen Gelhot. She is the one putting on this event with Bishop Strickland on September the 12th. I hope that people will join in and come and ask and answer questions. I think it's going to be a great event. AdvancedWellnessMed.com. Dr. Helen Gelhot, not confined by hospital administration. She is a free doctor, and free doctors treat you better, in my opinion. Feel, think, look better, and live longer. That is her credo. Earliest cancer development blood test on the market. Specializes in Alzheimer's and dementia. So if you know a neighbor, if you know a family member, if you know a friend who's starting to lose it up top, cognitively starting to slip just a little bit, they have techniques to reverse the symptoms of Alzheimer's and dementia. And what could be more important than keeping your mind together as you get older? And then finally, pre-screenings for heart attacks and strokes. So you've got that in your family or you're worried about it, get out to advancedwellnessmed.com, or you can reach out at 314-576-0094. Advancedwellnessmed.com, 314-576-0094. And then we'll give one for Carrington Financial, because he's joining us here in just a second. My man, Rick Bavitz. If you have money to protect, if you have money to grow, don't use the cookie cutter people. Use somebody who understands the currency, understands the politics, and will walk you through, what your tolerance is for risk, and make sure you're making good decisions with your money. That is my man, Rick Bavitz. 314-671-0525, 314-671-0525. Biblical principles with your money. Financial planning expert, Rick Bavitz. One more time, 314-671-0525. Your caring advisor.com. He has done wonders for our money, and it didn't take him very long either. I think I said the other day, we went years without barely growing our money at all. And then we put our money with Rick and it exploded right away. And I don't think that's luck. He told me that was going to happen.
No.
All right, let's bring in my man, Rick Bavitz. I'm going to give you
Alright.
more time today, Rick. I feel bad I made you wait a little bit longer. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. We had it
I am
last.
gonna have to leave, just so you know, just because
That's
we have
cool.
to. Yeah, we got
That's cool.
grocery pickup scheduled here at noon.
I can go for at least an hour. Bring in Rick. I was going to say, Rick, I apologize.
Good.
We had a last minute. Bishop Strickland was somebody that I wanted to interview, and I only had yesterday to do it, so it kind of cut into our time. We'll give you 2 hours next week.
Gotta play his disclosure first, he said.
There he is. Let's
Let me go ahead and play that disclosure for you, sir. Where is it at?
The
Here we
following
go.
segment is brought to you by Carrington Financial, which is solely responsible for its content. Investment advice is offered through J.W. Cole Advisors. Carrington Financial and J.W. Cole Advisors are unaffiliated entities. The opinions expressed by Rick Babbitt should not be construed as specific investment, legal, or tax advice. All economic and performance information is historical and not indicative of future results. Investing may involve the risk of loss of principal. Any tax advice on this show is not intended to be used by any person for the purpose of avoiding U.S. federal or state tax penalties that may be imposed on such person. Each listener should seek advice from their own tax advisor or legal counsel on topics that arise from the show. Rick Babbitt is not providing legal or tax advice. Nothing should be construed as a solicitation of an offer to buy securities. Missouri State Insurance License Number 8029768.
There it is.
There it is. Well, thanks for having me. I understand you have a fluid. I mean, that's what I love about your show, actually, is that you get people on here and there's no breaks in the continuity of what you're trying to portray or what they're trying to say. And I actually loved that last guest. I've never heard her before. So
Ashley Ani is, I think she's, again, Rick, I think you and I we look at ourselves as conservatives. I certainly see myself that way, but I will say that I understand where a lot of these people are coming from on the left. I understand their arguments on things, and I don't want to be so rigid that I won't even hear somebody's point of view on things, because when she's talking about the transgender issue, I happen to know somebody that has turned out to be wonderful. Did it as an adult, and do I necessarily endorse it? No, but I still love human beings. I love human beings. I don't want to, I don't want to be, if they're not hurting anybody, then I don't necessarily, I'll let God figure it out from that point forward. And I see these issues sometimes with a little bit more gray than I used to. I used to be very black and white in my views of the world. And as I get older, I think it's wiser to have conversations with people, see where they're coming from. You can disagree all you want, but having a conversation isn't so terrible.
yeah, and that's I talk to a lot of people in that regard, just as I meet people through who've maybe come to me through the podcast or formerly through the show. And I would say, even from my own history, and then as I look at economics and I look at how some of the stuff even that you were just talking about with regards to government, there isn't a black and white option here. And we've been taught that it has to be black and white. We've been conditioned and propagandized that it get into your far corner. If you've ever seen that little test that you can take where it's got, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican, it's a triangle, right? Or you're a libertarian. Maybe it should be a square. You're a communist. So,
That's on the rise, apparently.
and in terms of my own journey through economics and really in meshing or immersing myself in all of the history that was pulled away, and we've talked about it often on this show, especially since you came into the podcast realm, that there is a third option, and it is a blending. It is what Henry Clay called the harmony of interests. So there isn't such a thing, or there can't really be such a thing as no government at all. Our system, our founders never envisioned that we would have that, which is the extreme side of libertarianism. I'm probably more a former libertarian. If I take the test, it says I'm a libertarian, but it doesn't actually calculate on any other option, So there's other things, though, like when you're talking about when she was bringing certain things up, where you think of the social issues, where are we absent of compassion? We can't be for the people that need our assistance or whatever it is. And in some cases, it's not really their fault, or maybe they've been brought up in such a way that this is where they end up. Or you have people that need taken care of because they're old, or because they're compromised in some fashion. Or
that property tax thing, when you talk about the compassion part, that's why, she said she didn't have the money. She goes, the Democrats in the state of Missouri don't really have the money. But I got to think, if I'm a Democrat and people are losing their homes because they are appraising houses based on unrealized gains, that to me is I just don't understand the politics because it tells me that politics doesn't really work for the people. Because if politics worked for the people, you'd say, well, listen, it doesn't really matter what the structure is. We're going to figure out the structure. But from a moral basis and from looking, there's nobody that's going to tell you. You get 8 out of 10 people to agree with you that you should not be taking the home away from an elderly person because you've appraised their house outside of their ability to pay the taxes on it. That just is insane, and that would be an easy win for Democrats or Republicans. You come in and you put some kind of strategy together to take away property taxes, at least from people that already own their home and they're in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. That's just a no-brainer win. It's easy. It's not. There's nobody that's going to fight you on it. Everybody's going to applaud when you get it done, and that they just simply can't do it because they look at the revenue as being more important than the morality. And they look at their own revenue. It's the revenue for themselves. It's the revenue that they get to determine where it goes, whether it be the schools or whatever they decide they want to use it for. But the bottom line is, for me, that is a no-brainer, easy decision for a politician. They're taking homes away from elderly people because they cannot pay the taxes on what the state says their home is worth. They haven't sold it yet, but that's what the state says it's worth. So you're going to pay the taxes on something you've never sold and that you have not realized the gains on. That to me is immoral. It's absolutely sickening and unbelievable and an easy thing to conquer if you have political will. They don't care. They don't care. I'm telling you, they don't care.
Well, I
And
mean, I definitely feel like that is the most significant problem that we have. And one of the reasons why I bring up, in some cases, fairly old history, but the reason is because it's relevant, even though something that was done 130 years ago or something along those lines, or in the late 1800s, Herbert Spencer was the one who said survival of the fittest. He was an acolyte of Darwin, and he was in this thing called the X Club. Thomas Huxley, the eugenicists and UNESCO, all these things that you see now when you look at education and you look at all these various areas, they're founded on the principles of survival of the fittest. A managerial class needs to take care of you and decide for you what's best for you. And if you can't pay your bills or you can't survive without some kind of assistance, then we let you wither away because you shouldn't be here anyway. Because you didn't, you're not strong enough to survive, even though you might be 85 or 90 years old. We're going to let you wither away. That is that's absent of any kind of humanity. Just like holding everybody. Again, I totally agree 1,000% with you with regards to kids being propagandized and maybe even influenced through various, through electronic devices or something. We don't know what some of the psychological issues that are being created by all that stuff. We know they're not good, but they can convince people, or medication can make people have these breaks from reality. So it's certain things that we just have to have compassion for people, and particularly when you get to be an adult. Can you do the behaviors that we wouldn't maybe want our kids to do? I mean, I've got a 16-year-old who's soon to be 18, right? So,
right.
I don't know what to say when he becomes 18. Can I really stop him? I mean, certainly if he doesn't have any way to make money because hasn't been responsible, then, he may end up being more dependent on me for other reasons as well. Right. But as it relates to all of this, I mean, I think that we're in the midst of a managerial revolution. And I think that from that standpoint, we really need to try to see through all of the haze that's being put in front of us. And we're being jerked to two different sides, of the narrative. And the people that gravitate towards either side, it's just the silo they've been living in for the longest. I've happened to experience both sides of that silo, and even in the middle now.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just feel like, on some level, that outlook needs to needs to start emerging on a more motive. People need to get more motivated, and also people need to be motivated to talk to one another. I was speaking to somebody yesterday, and I've spoken to her a few times in the last week or so. She's considering me to become her advisor. She and her husband, and we've spoken a lot about some of this stuff where the ability to speak to one another, and to the extent where now it's even going into finance, um, where you can't really say the wrong thing with finance because people think you're, they put up their dukes and they don't really want to. They want to defend their position,
Hmm.
and
Yep.
and why does anybody want to defend a position if you're committed to that position so heavily? I think that's something to question about myself, right? Why am I so bent on a specific position? And maybe I should take a look at myself.
Have you done that before, Rick? Because I did. I was that a-hole that thought I knew everything and thought I was very well informed about certain issues that as I got older, I started to recognize I didn't know anything about anything, but I was that person. I mean, I am that
Yeah.
person who would fight you tooth and nail on information that I got that was not real. I thought it was real because I thought the information sources were trustworthy. Then I found out later on in life, my perception of the world was completely wrong, and then I'm embarrassed by it. I'm embarrassed when I see those people that were in my life back in those days who may not have known that I've had a, a revelation of thought. But I was that person. Did you ever get that way with a certain issue, and then in retrospect learn, oh my gosh, I just did not have all the information at the time and made an ass out of myself?
I would say multiple times. I mean, I have a practice now that I use that I've shared with you briefly, but maybe we do a show on it or something. It's much more of a spirit. It would be much more of a spiritual show, or talk about that. But it is fundamental that for the last, well, since I've become a Christian, it's been important to me. I've been shepherded, and so since I basically, like you, I'm divorced and now remarried, and so when that all went down, I mean, basically my life was burned to the ground. And essentially, when you're in that position, and I don't know, I guess in some sense, I think all my arrows is the way it was described to me. All my arrows were pointing outward,
Mhm.
like these are all the people to blame for my situation. And it was, and again, that's where the target fixation that I talked about in the
Yeah,
past here on your show would come into play. Like, what were you focused on? What were you doing? And what were you obsessed about? And so the things like that would come into play. And my first mentor said to me, the ego will defend a stupid proposition to the bitter end. So how much of this is about your ego?
right.
How much of this is about, that you want to be right rather than be happy?
That's right.
And this one particular thing that he said was, if I'm given the choice, do I want to be loved or do I want to be happy? He goes, I'm going for love every time. And, he, of course, reformed himself from that. I want to be happy. Right. And so, how do I drop the idea that I want to please people to the extent that I create some of the problems that I face in my life? I bring them to myself. And so, that was one of the most significant things. So I've developed a daily, basically it's a daily practice, and I use that practice, and it really starts with just what's going on inside of my. I've become sensitive to the things that, and I'm not perfect or anything. So sometimes I don't feel or notice the disturbance that's inside my heart. Maybe it starts in my stomach, or I start to feel it in my stomach, but it really emanates, I think, originally from my heart, and then it spreads somewhere else. So I don't necessarily notice it in my heart, and then I have to wait until I feel it somewhere else in my body. But that disturbance is a clue that something's off. And so again, if we get into a place where we're defending things, I mean, some of the things that I talk about here and have been talking about here are challenging people's narrative matrix.
And perceptions,
Pardon me?
challenging your perceptions.
Challenging their perception. But am I, I try, that's probably the one single thing that I do most is I will look when I see something out in the internet or, whatever it is, just the mediascape, which is so many different places now they're able to just pound each person with so much information, which is super unnatural.
Mm-hmm.
To have that much information in real time is not a natural human experience. And so I have to kind of block some of that, and I have to go, okay, where is this coming from? What's the largest or loudest voice that's happening? So is that really real? And so that's really where I start, is like, okay, so the loudest people right now are talking about certain things, and I can probably imagine that that's probably not real, right? That's just the narrative that they want me, that they're squawking about the most, is the narrative that they want me to believe. But then when I start to look underneath things, I need evidence. I need to look at the math. I need to look at other things that might determine, like, what are the constants that we used to always be able to rest on. 2 + 2 is 4. Has that always been the case, right? So yeah, I guess so. It has been. Math works, right? It always seems to fundamentally work. So then I want to stick with that. If somebody's telling me 2 + 2 is 5, and they say it enough times, there's enough people. Bertrand Russell, a very well-known philosopher from the 1800s, talked about convincing people about black snow, and that you would inundate the person with the idea that snow was black, and the one outlying person who would say, no, it's white, you would focus in on that individual and you would get them to finally admit, right? And we know that the intelligence communities did testing about that type of stuff in groups, and where the herd mentality would kick in, eventually the person would say the snow is black. And so because they would just feel like, I must be crazy if I think it's white.
Right. I'm seeing it wrong.
And so, you can convince people of those things. And so I will go through that process for myself before I start talking about this stuff with people. And some of the things that I've developed, at least with respect to my own practice with people's money, go back to the very beginnings, the initial things that I thought were weird about, or just didn't make sense about our system. So I started investigating those things very early on, and then so it was easier for me now to see where they throw sand in our face, in our eyes, right? So that's really what goes on, is let's throw some sand in everybody's eyes. And while they're trying to get the sand out of their eyes, we're going to pick their pockets. So, from that perspective, it's very hard for people to move out of that narrative matrix. And so, shows like your show, where you're challenging people to think, and you're bringing in people from, I mean, I hate to say the other side, right? But who have a different perspective, who have the right to have a different perspective. And we have a right to be able to talk to one another about these different ideas and different concepts and perceptions, to see if we can come together in different areas and agree. And that's the last thing that they want, is for a bunch of people that disagree to start agreeing with one another.
Well, you start saying, okay, well, because America is set up so that you have, sometimes heated, very contentious arguments about things that are important to you, but then we vote, and the vote determines the way we're going to be ruled, and then we fight again. We try to bring more people to our side. I think where society breaks down is we don't know what information to accept as reality. So we don't even know if the decisions we're making are based on truths, number one. Then you start to question the election system, which both parties have done over the course of the last
Mhm.
50 years, telling us our elections are being rigged or being stolen, especially since in the last 25, 26 years since 9/11. They've questioned elections back and forth, and yet they don't do anything to change it. You have the Republicans now have control of the apparatus in Washington, D.C. They can't get their own agenda passed by the president of the United States, who said the election was stolen from him in 2020. So again, now you're starting to see the erosion of trust in everything that we do. If the Republicans tell you in 2020 the election was stolen, the president of the United States, and then he has the Senate, the House, and the executive branch and the Supreme Court, and he doesn't make any changes or they can't make any changes, then your mind goes, well, wait a minute. Wait, what am I voting for these people for? They told me the election was stolen. I put them in power. They're telling me they're going to fix the election system and they can't get anything done to solve the election crisis. Now, all of a sudden, objective truth becomes almost impossible to determine. Did you see the interview I had with Mark Mitchell? Did you happen
I
to see
did
that, by the
not.
way? Okay,
No, I
so
did
Mark
not.
Mitchell.
It's actually your show's not when I go to the
Oh yeah,
Rumble, I'm not seeing the updated shows.
what a shocker.
Um,
They're up there, but again, this is the way the world works. Nobody understands it, but this is the way the world works. Mark
yeah, so is
Mitchell,
there yeah,
he,
tell
well,
me what was
so
the
Mark
show
Mitchell
about?
was he was the face of polling for Rasmussen. So Scott Rasmussen sold it. Mark Mitchell went to work for Rasmussen polling. He became the face of Rasmussen polling. He was doing polling,
Uh-huh.
and he said that he got into a back and forth with the Trump administration because he said your base, you're losing your base. The base is not following you anymore because of the Epstein files, because of wars, neocon issues, this kind of thing. And Donald, according to him, Susie Wiles, his chief of staff, saw it, reached out to him, invited him to the White House to speak directly to Donald Trump. And he goes in and he says that Donald Trump talked about Lindsey Graham being a great golfer most of the time, that he was not really involved in the conversation too terribly much. They couldn't figure out what was going on. And he said, we were talking about even with the elections. I said, if I can convince people that somebody that might be polling at 32% in reality, if I can use my media apparatus to go out and say that they're polling at 50.5%, when they win the election, nobody would question it because the polling said they're at 50 and a half when the real polling was 32. He talked about how election polling is completely rigged and completely nonsense. He talked about how it's all set up.
Mhm.
If Rick wants to, if you come to me and you say, Rob, you're the polling guy, I want you to do the polling, and I need the polling to show that I'm the greatest financial advisor the world has ever known. And I want you to go out and I want you to conduct this survey. He said, I know that in order for Rick to continue to do business with me, I need to get to the result that Rick wants. He goes, so that's the way the pollsters work. The money only comes in when you're satisfying the person that is paying for the polls. And he goes, that's how the entire system is built. He goes, his new outfit is called the Honest Poll. He said, I was not doing that. I wanted real polling. I wanted to show Donald Trump what the real polling was. And they're completely disinterested in what the real polling says. They want the polling that shows what they want to show because they want to tell people this is where the polling is going. And I said to him, I said, well, if that's the case, well, then you can kind of see where the distrust is coming from. If polling is supposed to just be advantageous to the person who's paying for the poll, then no matter what happens, there's a poll that will support it because you're just polling. And that happened, Rick, it happened. It happened because when I was following the governor's race in 2024 in the state of Missouri, I was talking to people that were telling me the polling was saying X, Y, and Z. Well, that's not anywhere near where the polling came out. I mean, we're talking about a week within the election, and they were 10, 15, 18 points off. So that tells
Right.
me that they're either lying or there's no such thing as polling because as science is concerned, you could never be 15 to 18 points off on a poll. It's impossible. There's no rhyme or reason to be 15 to 18. It's too big of a margin to just get it wrong. And he agreed. And the last thing he said to me, Rick, is he goes, I like the way you think. And I said, well, I'm thinking, I don't know that many people are thinking, but if you're thinking like a con artist would think and how I'm going to change the perception of people, it's relatively easy. It's just that nobody thinks that our government or our polling system or our schools or anybody else would actually do it. But as the next day I had G. Edward Griffin on, he said, not only is that the way it works, that has been the way it's worked for decades, if not centuries. So anyway,
Yeah, I mean,
it was interesting.
2016, I was actually taking poll. I was looking up the different polls leading up to the election between Trump and Hillary, and I started just getting again. I have a sense for numbers. I do a lot of calculations. I have sort of a, I don't know, a weird thing with numbers. I see certain numbers that are when they're condensed or whatever. A Pythagorean reduction, they call it, or whatever. So I can take a bunch of numbers and add them together really quick and reduce them or whatever. And so I see numbers and I go, these polls don't make sense. And so I started looking at the detail and what some of the disclosure was on some of these numbers. And I remember the very last poll was an ABC. It was like October, and I crunched the numbers, and I was looking at how and this is just something that kind of I came to understand was being done. They were just basically padding one side of the poll, right? And essentially, I made the adjustments to that particular poll, and Donald Trump was ahead by 5% or something. So, but the other side, and then that's when I worked out, like, kind of what you were just saying, but also the psychological effect, I think, is very much important to point out, which is that if people are supporting their candidate, the candidate they want to win, and they see that the numbers are up there, it's obviously going to create more enthusiasm. It's also going to get people to move. It moves the needle for certain people who might be on the fence. Like, they want to vote for a winner. That's kind of a psychological thing. And the people that see the needle moving away from their guy, and or let's say they're on the fence, they're in that middle section, because that's what they're really trying to move, is the middle section, not the very extremes of either side, because those people are maybe unmovable. But in the middle, if you can move some of those people, because, yeah, I'm not going to back the guy who's losing, or I'm not going to waste my vote, I'm going to vote for her. That's the effect. That's the
Rick,
psychological effect.
you got to check this out, because if you didn't hear the interview, that's exactly what he said. He said Democrats, psychologically, the Democrat mindset is they want to win. So whether the Democrat Party is doing exactly what they want, they identify as a Democrat and they want to win. So they're going to vote because they want to win. He said Republican voters, generalities, but if you're going to psychologically profile the voters, he said Republicans vote because they want to get things done. Democrats vote because they don't like the Republicans and they just want to win. The Republican is the other team. They're the bad team, and the Democrats
Right.
the good team, and they vote to win, and then whatever happens, happens. But the Republicans are so not digestible to them that they just want to win. And he said Republican voters win, but they expect the Republicans to do what they said they're going to do, and there's always that friction. But again, the Republican voters see the Democrats as so not digestible that they would never vote for the Democrats either. It's a really weird situation we have our country in. And then G. Edward Griffin said, I forget what I was going to tell you. Hang on here. I can't even remember what I was going to say. Don't get old. I just tell people don't get old. This is what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of came up. I mean, again, I was conservative, then I became more liberal. I kind of followed that old adage of, like, if you're radical or whatever when you're young, and then you get more conservative as you get older. I kind of went back and forth. At the beginning, I was conservative as I was raised that way. My dad was he was just in his first year of college when they had the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, he became a Cold Warrior, no doubt, right? He was in the midst of that fear, with the get under your desk, and if there's a nuclear discharge of some kind, get under your desk. Or later during the Reagan administration, it was like, dig a hole and cover yourself up with dirt. Like, and people would cynically say, yeah, so you didn't have to bury the bodies or whatever. So it's just like one of these goofy things, that the way I grew up was in that type of a household. And he bought the whole thing hook, line, and sinker with regards to the Cold War, which was more or less a scam that goes back so far. way before even World War II. But as World War II was coming to a close, they were already positioning everything to move from a hot war to a cold war, because the dollars, the real fundamental aspect to, let's just say, World War I, when the American industrialists, it sort of goes wider. I think the bankers' war, if we look at all the previous conflagrations that we've seen, the truly bankers' wars. But as you started to see American industry and the manufacturing and that industrial revolution, where now war is now mechanized, and now you have corporate America that are involved in war. The money that they made during World War II. Okay, well, now it's over. Wait, what do you mean? There's there's peace. Hold on a second. That dividend, that peace dividend, isn't really big enough for us. We need another war, right? So when you start to understand the mechanisms that were going on within industry and within corporate America, and the true fascist nature, as Roosevelt described it, which is where private power became, more powerful than government. And so, who's driving the bus at that point? And we start to understand that component of it. We're like, okay, this is going to be our, our lot in life. And so, when uh, you know, FDR shepherds us through, World War II, and all of a sudden now the war's over. Well, we need to do something different, and so that's really the I think where you start to see Eisenhower talking about the military, and so the spending, in other words, is still going to keep going, because now we want to prevent war, and we want to the mutually assured destruction. That was very much the driver, as opposed to defense. And you saw a very huge pushback when Reagan was trying to develop Star Wars, or the essentially the initial, the idea of a
Missile defense
defensive,
system.
the missile defense system.
Yeah.
Because if we could defend ourselves from nuclear war, then we wouldn't need to spend any more money on missiles and on the military. So that's why that was crushed, right? And so you're actually seeing that now with Trump, where he's developing the Golden Dome, right? So these things seem to kind of come back and repeat, and you're seeing all of this pushback with the capital war, which is what I was explaining, or what I was telling you. At some point we would want to talk about that today. Every single thing. I mean, if I go through the list of the things that he's done, every single thing is part of a capital war. So, Venezuela, it's like a mop up of all of the different, even going back to Doge, that's kind of the initial indication that we're going to get rid of fraud. But is the fraud that we're experiencing as a country, that is essentially suffocating the prosperity of the U.S. taxpayer? I mean, the U.S. taxpayer is the bag holder for the last 75 years, since the end of World War II. And so we've been suffocated by that. And they got rid of all of our manufacturing and all of the different things that would create the prosperity for the American worker and the American family. And so, as we kind of work through all of these things that have been put into place, we look at all the money laundering that's gone on, and it extends into, obviously, all over South America. You have Colombia and Argentina, and you've got all of this movement where you've seen our aircraft carriers all of a sudden now is parked out on the coast of Venezuela, and so you're wondering what exactly is going on, and we're shooting missiles into the cigarette boats, right? And we're really sending warning shots directly to the people that are running those, not the people that are in the boat, but the people that are responsible way at the top of the food chain, that we're coming for you. And so then it keeps going. So I think the renaming of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America was a very symbolic a way to say, look, we're taking over this area that you've got a bunch of banking and money laundering and drug trafficking is coming through this whole area, and now we're taking it over, and we're no longer we're putting our stamp on that, and it's no longer yours to have your way with us, and we're not going to let the U.S. taxpayer be the bag holder anymore. And I think that that's really the narrative that people want to understand is underneath all the hysteria and you see about the what Besant is doing with the Treasury, and with treasuries, and how he's trying to. Everybody says he's trying to flatten the Treasury. He's trying to buy down the long end of the Treasury, and making it like, the argument is that somehow America's losing control of the world's reserve currency. Um, this idea of we're getting bogged down in Iran, and we're losing the war, and oil prices are out of control, and all of these things that's going on. Therefore, the world is going to turn its back on the dollar, and on treasuries, and so that's why we see that yield curve that is rising, and that's not it doesn't give any context. I think that's, if anything, if there's anything, the idea of siloing is one thing, but really what it is this, the media and this engine, this propaganda engine that's out there that's affecting all of us. What it does the most is gets us to be myopic. It gets us to focus in, and we're really, really close to just one thing at a time, and then they magnify that in our minds. And it's taking Edward Bernays and the things that he wrote in that book, Propaganda, which I have sitting right here on my shelf, that
Yes.
I reach for on a regular basis.
Fascinating, right?
It repeating, some of the quotes that you hear attributed to, let's say, Goebbels or somebody from the Nazi regime, right? Actually, those guys were taking the quotes from Bernays.
Right. The Nazi Party's propaganda campaign was built on Bernaysian theory.
Yeah, and so and one of them is to repeat a lie uh, uh, often enough, and people will start to believe it. And so we have a media that is literally now so small in terms of who's actually operating the media. They're one club of, let's say, 4 or 5 or 6 people that run that club, and they are giving it a certain flavor. So it doesn't really matter if you watch. I don't watch Fox at all. I can't even get through 5 minutes. Or MSNBC, same thing. I mean, I used to listen to Rachel Maddow back in the day. I used to listen to, was it Tom Hartman? Was that his name?
Tom Hartman, sure.
Okay. And Rusty.
Rusty.
Was it Rust? Yeah, it was a redheaded woman, and she was a New Yorker, and she was very good friends with Howard Stern, and she used to have a show. Randy, her Randy.
Oh yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't remember her last name, but she was a big. So I used to listen to all that stuff, and I remember I would get mad listening to people that I would agree with, and I'd be like, that is not really the right response. That my emotional nature shouldn't be, when I hear somebody talking about something that I agree with, I shouldn't get mad.
Now, why was that happening?
Right. It was because it was the way that it was positioned is like, we're right and everyone else is wrong. And I started to notice that.
Me too.
And I was like, okay, so I stopped listening to that stuff. And then I just started going back to where I knew things would, again, actual data, actual books, actual papers and documents. And I started going back to the instead of a derivative nature, because finance works in the derivative nature as well, which is really what bothers me the most about finance. And derivative meaning I'm investing in something that's owned by somebody else. And so the media is structured the same way. We're getting somebody else reads everything, and then they give us something that they own the information, right? And so they're selling us something, and they're giving it to us in a way that's packaged and wrapped up with a nice, colorful wrapper, and we're buying all that. And that, let's say it's mutual funds, right? And or ESG is one of these things where you're looking at it. Or now it's the guy from Nvidia, Jensen, the CEO of Nvidia, and he's trying to now sell us this idea that chips are now a new thing that they can actually have everybody invest in and borrow money against 20-year notes. Like we're gonna basically take out a 20-year loan on a chip that actually will decay in its value. It'll depreciate in probably a year, at the most 2 years, because of the technology. It could actually decay overnight if somebody comes out with some kind of a new technology or an invention of some type, right?
I've got to get you on to comment on Catherine Austin Fitts. She made a comment yesterday to what she thinks is happening in the financial system in America.
Mhm.
And she said what she is going to happen is they're going to start selling stable coins.
Mhm.
They're going to offer 20 times value. And she said, and people around the world are going to invest in it. They're going to invest in Apple, and they're going to invest in American businesses with these stable coins. They're going to have 20 times value. And she said it's just a way. She goes, they're building a system of debt to where the entire world is in so much debt that they're completely controllable because they're in debt. She goes, that's the system they're trying to put together. And I thought it was kind of fascinating. I'll get the clip for you because you'll know more about what she's talking about than I will. She said, but that's the next move, is to take stable coins, give them 20 times their value, allow for people around the world, because it's going to be free money. You're going to pay $1,000 for it, but you're going to be able to sell, or you're going to be able to buy $20,000 worth of stock in it. And she said the way she described it, she said they're creating a universal, global debt crisis. And she says, because once you get into debt, you are controllable. And she said they're trying to get everybody into debt. And she said everybody's going to buy it. She goes, they're going to buy into it because they're going to think they can buy Apple. And she goes, I won't buy into it. She goes, because it's not about money or riches or wealth. She goes, I just know the system that they're putting in together. This is, this is my background. This is what I do. It's what I've been doing for 50 years. And she goes, and that's the system they're trying to put into place. I got to get the clip because I wanted to get it for you today, and I just didn't have time. I was traveling yesterday, but I'll get it for you. You can. We'll probably talk about it tomorrow if you want to come on tomorrow, Thursday. I'll probably have it as part of the conversation.
Yeah, I mean that would be fine. I'm gonna say just my initial inkling about what you just said. I'd need to know more about what she means, because what I see currently is we're already in that situation, and like we're in that situation in spades. And so why would they need to develop a stable coin to do
Seems to me
what
like
they?
she was talking about other countries getting involved at that level, if memory serves. I was listening to it
Well,
last
that's
night in the
that's
plane for a
again,
little bit.
that's already. I mean, it is fundamental to our current system, and really that is, I think, why this capital war is happening. Is when I said we're the bag holders, what I mean is that there already is a system where each dollar, first of all, it starts out as debt when it's printed. And then what happens is it was going through LIBOR, which is the London Interbank offered rate. So LIBOR would index all of the debt, right? And so it would determine our interest rates and all of those things. And so as we would go through and understand how that works, um, we're basically already in that system. So what would happen is the city of London would just start making claims, multiple claims against that $1 that we have here. Instead of having a 1-to-1 ratio, it's not even 20 times. It's, in some cases, we're looking at potentially even 40, 50, or more times is what those dollars are basically originating, in other countries. It's you referred to as the euro dollar, but technically, it's not a euro dollar as like you think of the euro. It's just a dollar that originates outside of outside of the US. And here we are holding the bag on that euro dollar. And so what the stable coin is being, at least everything that I'm seeing, it's being set up as a 1-to-1 ratio, and it'll be digitalized and tokenized. So in fact, it'll have a serial number on it, and so no one can actually make those claims. And so if I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'd really want to see that and maybe investigate a little bit more about what she's talking about and why that would be.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, if you could, I
was
would
gonna
really
ask you
like
this.
to follow it, because I've listened to her quite a bit.
Yeah, you'd like her, I think, right?
Yeah, no, I like the things that she says, but it is, again, I look for the I want to look for the solution too when
Yeah.
someone is talking about something. And
You know what her solution is? Because she talks about the solution all the time now. So all the podcasts she's doing, she's talking about the solution. She says, don't get involved in anything corporate. Nothing. Zero. She goes, I won't do anything with corporate. She says, even in the Netherlands, she said, I don't even go to the grocery stores here. They have a service where people grow food locally. You pay them a fee and they drop the food off at your door. She goes, it's fresh. It's not poisoned. It's not this. She goes, I just don't do anything corporate anymore, because corporations and the corporate ideology is what they want. They want to consolidate power into corporate silos. All of your resources, all of your banking, all of your everything will be through a corporate lens. And she said, and that will ultimately entrap us in our own society. She had another name for it, entrainment. I don't know if you know it.
well, I mean, certainly that's the reason I bought a 200-acre farm.
Oh, I know. I know
mean,
you're on the
it's
same
like
page with
I
me.
have,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, it's enormously difficult to do for everybody to do something like that. And we need to, as a society, we need to start talking to one another, to the degree that we can come together on issues. I think that's that being neighbors. I mean, I buy as much, and it's very sad. In fact, I think that if they're going out of business, is this little, it's called Foods for Health inside, just here in town where I'm at. And it's just a little store that's run by a couple of women that are getting older, and they're kind of expensive, but they basically serve as almost an outlet for whatever overflow you couldn't get from the Saturday, uh, you know, um, market, where everybody brings their outdoor market and brings all the fresh produce. So all the overflow goes to her place. And so you get I mean, I go there every few days, but her inventory is going down. The amount of money or the amount of stuff that she needs to order from these places is, is getting bigger. Like they need bigger orders, which is an indication that somebody's coming along with lots of money, which sounds corporate, and buying up all the stuff. Correct. And so that's what I'm starting to, if you understand what I mean there. And now she's coming to the place where I don't have really enough people buying from my storefront to be able to place an order. And so it's literally, I think, putting her out of business, to be honest. And now her inventory is down. She had avocados and carrots and sweet potatoes. Now she doesn't have those anymore. Now she's just got tomatoes. You know what I mean? So it's starting to get less. And I feel that in many ways, these are things that are going to happen, that are going to continue to happen, right? And so that makes me upset, first of all, because I want to have chickens. I just don't have time to take care of them. Maybe I can have the kid who comes here and takes care of my farm. Maybe he can
Raise chickens.
Set up the chickens, but I mean, he's not going to come here every day. So, there's different things like that when we start to look at all of the different areas of why do you think they're putting farms out of business in the Netherlands?
Yeah. Well, she talks about that.
Yeah,
because her home base is in the Netherlands. I guess if you have chickens and water, you can survive forever, right? If you have chickens and water.
Chickens and water. I mean, I have plenty of water here.
Chickens and water. That's the answer.
Chickens could be, but I mean, chickens are not easy to raise. So
my buddy's got him in Kansas City.
It's a lot of work.
So. Yeah, he's got him in Kansas City, and he doesn't have to cut his lawn. He's got like 12 or 15 chickens, hens and chickens, and they mow his yard for him. He said, I don't even have to cut the lawn. They just eat the lawn all day long.
Yeah, goats and chickens basically would mow your. I mean, goats will mow pretty much your
Yeah.
underbrush too. Besides the lawn, they'll eat your wild rose and the predatory plants that encroach on your grass.
Interesting.
I mean, they'll eat basically anything. So goats, pigs will till your your dirt. So there's all of this stuff if you understand permaculture and the type of farming that a person can do without really having fertilizer and things like that. All this stuff. I mean, how did this all work before they had machinery and fertilizer?
I always wonder that.
And
my wife and I were talking about that because we're gonna. My father wants to take me to Scotland next year, and we're talking about the the castles in Scotland. So I start looking them up, and I'm amazed at what previous. I don't even know what civilizations, what they were able to accomplish. It's amazing, when you think about some of the building techniques and things they got done. Hard to wrap your head around it even today. Some of the things that we're able to accomplish. You look at some of these castles that were built, 300, 400, 500 years ago. They're amazing. They're just amazing. And you just wonder how much manpower and how much machinery they had to get all that done. Crazy. I want to see it though. Have you ever seen them? You ever been over there?
I've not been to Scotland, but I spent a lot of time in England and all the way down into the south of England and been to a lot of castles. Spent a lot of time in the Netherlands and Belgium and France. Didn't like France too much compared to the other places, but
where'd you go in France?
The Netherlands, around Paris, and then the south of France.
The south of France is beautiful, no?
It's very beautiful, but it was mostly the people. The people were very nasty, I would say, very rude, and you would. I mean, I made attempts to. I learned French when I was younger in 6th, 7th grade. I took French for a couple of years, so I had a reasonable of the faculty with some words, but they could tell I was not French, or they could tell probably I was American, and they would give me wrong I would ask for directions in French, and even police officers would give you the wrong directions. That happened to me a couple times where I'm asking directions in French and they gave me the totally wrong directions. And
really?
And then they were laughing about it. And so, and then there was one time we went to the movie theater and I was asking for 2 tickets. Actually, we were going to go see Terminator. That's 1985. Right. So, and the lady who I was asking for the 2 tickets started screaming at me through the window, en français, like, just say it in French. And so
Terminator, what did you say? Terminator?
I mean, it was abusive. So we went and saw the movie, but it gave us, I had certainly I had very great experiences. I lived most of the time I spent in Europe. I spent a lot of time in the Netherlands. I spent a lot of time in Britain, and then I spent a lot of time in Greece and Italy. And Greece, especially the northern part of Greece, just on the other side of the border from Turkey. And so, in the sense
what was your favorite, by the way? Because we're making those determinations right now. My wife and I are looking. My dad wants to take me to Scotland. And my wife and I were going to take a vacation probably for one of our anniversaries coming up. And we decided Greece or Italy. She's leaning toward Italy. I hear Greece is beautiful, but where should we go?
Greece, I would say by far.
That's what my buddy Mike says. Mike said Greece was the most beautiful thing you've ever seen.
in Greece there used to be a commercial back in the 1980s. And I think it extended beyond that. It was on forever. I remember seeing this commercial. It was more like maybe it was an American Express commercial or something for traveling. And they would say, I'm going home to Greece. And when you go to Greece, it is by far the most hospitable country you could ever go to. I would ask somebody, like I remember one older man, I was asking him to take his picture, and he goes, only if you come over to my house and have coffee with me. And so we went over to his house. We had coffee, like Turkish coffee, and then he let me take his picture. And so one guy, I had a flat tire on my bicycle. I was racing bicycles back in those days, and I did not have any other transportation. So my transportation was bicycle. And then you get on ferry boats and things like that. And you can travel pretty much anywhere on a train, a ferry boat, and a bicycle and a backpack. And so that's basically how I was traveling. And so one time I had a flat tire. I was on a paved road. The map said it was paved all the way through to my destination. But of course, the map was wrong. It was very, very treacherous dirt, like gravel road. And I put significantly wider, fatter tires on my road bike, my race bike, for that reason. But nevertheless, got a pinch flat. And now I'm sitting there with nowhere to go, trying to patch my tire. And a pickup truck comes along with an older man and his son. And I asked them for a ride back to the where the cafe was, the Cafe Neo. And he said, well, I'm going home to take a nap. We're going to eat lunch and I'm going to take a nap. And if you come over to my place and have lunch with us, I'll take a nap. And then afterwards, I'll give you a ride. And so he basically got in the back of the pickup, drove to their house. I had like literally homemade wine, one of the most amazing just Greek salad and fish, fresh fish. And this was on Crete. And Crete was one of my favorite places. Kriti, they call it. So when you start to understand Greek and Greek hospitality, and you understand the Greek culture, they're very prideful. They're a very prideful culture, but they're also exceptionally warm. And my first wife was Greek. I met my first wife there in Greece. And so when I say that I'm partial, that's an understatement. But at the same time, I've been to a lot of countries in Europe. And to this day, some of the most hardworking people who also rest and have a siesta at 2:30 in the afternoon, go back and open up the shops at around 6. And then basically everything is open until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And then they go back to work, at 7 or 8 o'clock. So when you're thinking of all the things that you've seen in Europe, I'm going to say it's one of and obviously the culture goes back 3,000 years. They go to let's say dig to build, put in a foundation to build a new building, and they almost every time they have to stop construction because they find ruins. And so I've seen some of the most amazing ruins. I've been inside of 11 or 1,200-year-old monasteries.
What about Athens? Did you go
I've
to
seen
Athens?
icons that made out of gold, and I've seen original copies of the New Testament that were hand done in the 10th century. I've just
Awesome.
seen so many amazing things there. And there's Alexander the Great, who obviously went and conquered Persia. And you have all of these different historical things that emanate out of that. And so the history is incredibly rich. So, from that standpoint, it's very, very interesting. And then the beaches, if you just go in there to just relax, there's 3,000 islands. So you could pretty much pick, just imagine if you've ever been to Hawaii, there's 3,000 of those. And you can get on a ferry for probably $30 nowadays, and it'll take you to the furthest away island, but you have one ticket, and the ticket will drop. It'll make stops along the way. So you don't really need to even do a cruise ship. A lot of people take cruises, and I'm like, no, you just get a ferry for $30 from Athens, and you just take it to the first island you feel like you want to go to, and then get off. And then the next few days later, that ferry will come back. It'll be making another round, and you just keep the continuation down to the most southern part. Let's say it's Santorini as your end destination, but you can make like 3 or 4 stops, and spend as much time as you want there. And then get back on the ferry, go all the way down in the south, and then you can take the return trip back north and do the same thing with a different set of islands. So it's so crazy amazing that you probably never go to another country again. That's really the way that I
I've been
do
told
like,
that.
huh?
I've been told that. I had a buddy that went there. He said Greece. He's been all over the world. He said Greece is just different. It's. He
I mean,
said
the
the beauty of
mainland, the
was so
mainland
fantastic.
is also extraordinarily beautiful. Um, Obviously, you have the very very uh, popularized stories for Sparta,
Uh-huh.
and Athens, and certainly from my perspective, when I start understanding history, and even I've even talked about it on this show with regards to stasis and Thucydides, and that, which is the Peloponnesian War, which is this first narrative of war that we were really ever given in history, where we had somebody he was a general, and he was literally in the Peloponnesian War, which is basically Athens against Sparta, and the city states of Athens. Everybody was basically at war with one. They were in conflict, and there were factions in feudalism, which I think is where they'd like to see us get to again. As far as that's the easiest thing to control, is a bunch of feudal societies that are fighting, and you just earn the vig or the grift. You've got you don't need the graft anymore because you got plenty of grift going on.
Uh-huh.
And so that stasis was what he talked about as far as what he witnessed, and they threw in plagues. We don't know how that plague came about, but the idea that plague created more fear and more conflict, and it sparked it was really one of the things that made things worse, that led to the ultimate the hot conflict erupted. And Thucydides himself actually contracted whatever that disease was at the time, and he survived it. And then he was a general, and he went on to defend Athens, but in fact he lost. He lost control of the city, and Sparta overtook the city, and then he was exiled. So he was taking, making, writing down his observations of what was going on. Then when he was in exile is when he completed most of the narrative of what he had witnessed. So that's what we get from some of that old history. That's like 500 BC when that happened, 5th century BC. So it's like 490 or 475, I think, is when it. Forget the exact dates, but that type of stuff is evident when you're in the culture. The rich nature of people is that they have an education that actually is rooted in many of those times, and so you come
Historic
up.
times.
Yeah, and then you also have the mythology that people had to study, and so the mythology is very important too, in terms of just the ways that people see the world. And then we know, like in Prometheus or whatever, that's the just the legend of fire. And so there's different things that we look at, and nowadays they want to make it so that instead of the arsonist, they want to say, hey, the fire isn't good, right? So let's extinguish the fire, and let's blame the arsonist for all of that, and you don't get to have fire because there's arsonists in the world. And I look at that too as just part of our overall narratives to what we see going on in society today. Um, we're not responsible because of a few people that might, it's like the argument for why do we need managers, right? Because there's a few bad apples, and so we have to control everything. And that's really where I see things going in terms of, and I'm the first person to say I'm looking at this stuff very carefully. I'm immersed in it. I see a certain thing emerging. I don't see the evidence that where they're taking it, maybe somewhere down the road beyond that. But I think that the initial place that they're moving to is away from the system we're in, and that the plumbing that's being put in place is actually going to be better for Americans. I think that we have to have a bag holder in here, and the people that have been, I think that the European Economic Community, or the EU now, is is really under a collapse, and they're doing everything they can to try to let's say extend the zombie euro dollar system, which is that magnified collateralized money that is fake, and it's out there, and that's what's crushing everything. And so if we can get rid of that, I think that that's what they are doing. Then you'll see a benefit happen, right? So we have to, and some of the stuff that goes on, which is, it's just twisted in the media, it's put into the media in such a way that it hangs certain people out to dry, because that's the person we need to hang out to dry if we want it to stop, which is going to be Scott Bessent and our president. And so I'm still, the second, if I see something that's not kosher, I'm going to call it out. I really will. But so far, and there are things that I still have in the back of my mind, like, why didn't that get changed? And why haven't they gotten to this thing yet? And, whether it's COVID or whether it's, some other area, Epstein, when you start to look at, there's certain question marks that I still haven't been able to put my finger on. Why are those things still hanging out there in the wind? But everything that I see that is leading, at least in terms of the economy, it's being set up in such a way to do the opposite of what you were saying, Catherine Austin Fitts is describing, because we already have exactly what she's describing. And they already tried to float up the CBDC, which was gonna basically be the digitalized dollar. And there is no doubt that Europe and the UK is going to do a CBDC. So, that's a digital currency that is going to be tied to debt. There's no question about that. But the system that has been under conversion since 2018, since the president's first term, there is definitely things that were put in place, and then and I'm going to say he was potentially making inroads while he was, on his day off, let's say, like during the Biden administration. There's a really interesting stuff some interesting stuff that I found on the devolution of the government, which is what happened in Iran. And the devolution of government is a term where you decentralize everything. And so that's a system that's in place in every government, really, in some sense. But there's never been a devolution of the United States government until we had the election of 2020. And if you look at there's a series of executive orders that were put in place, a flurry of executive orders that were put in place after the certification of the election on November 8th of 2020, that look very, very strong towards a devolution of the U.S. government that Trump put into place, and almost like raising the level of the heightened level up to a DEFCON level. There was a sort of a similar kind of look to it, that I'm raising this to a DEFCON level while I'm gone. So anyway, I'll get into that some other time. But
all right, I gotta play. Can I play a clip for you while I got you?
Yeah.
This was, do you know this professor? I just want to get your, because I got to roll here too shortly, but Professor Zhang, you're aware of this guy, this Chinese professor?
Sure. Definitely.
Listen to this. This is just the promo to the Alex Jones show yesterday. Mm-hmm. He says the world as we know it is coming to an end. And he lays out the geographical landscape of what he thinks is happening. I just want to get your take on it, because you're optimistic. And now there's a lot of people. And listen, I'm not saying that there's any reality to it whatsoever. But it got big viewing yesterday. People were spreading it all over social media because of what he had to say. Listen to this and tell me what you think.
So I'm here today to raise awareness. And one thing that I think it's very important for your audience to appreciate is this war in the Middle East. It is more than a geopolitical struggle. It's more than an economic war. It's first and foremost an eschatological war. It's a religious war, and this war has been planned for the past 30 years. And this war, it is meant to usher in the end times so that Jesus may return, so that Jewish Messiah can come, so that the war of Gog and Magog will start. So I think it's very important people need appreciate the religious dimensions of this war and why it can't really end. This war is going to collapse the global economy. And what people don't appreciate is it's a global economy that makes it possible for us to have 8 billion people and for there to be peace in the world. So imagine what's going to happen over the next few years. So fertilizer is not able to get around the world. The world has lost about a quarter of the world's fertilizer. And so we should expect massive starvation throughout Africa, in which case you have resource wars. And then you have tens of millions of Africans fleeing these resource wars and going into Europe. And then Europe will fight Russia in Ukraine. The Europeans will call up a national draft. They will earmark a lot of money they don't have to the war machine, and this is going to cause massive discontent among the population. Meanwhile, their societies are being bombarded by these migrants, these tens of millions of migrants, and then you will have civil war and political revolution throughout Europe, especially as inflation, as gas prices start to overwhelm consumers. In the United States, Trump becomes overcommitted in Iran. He's forced to call up a national draft. And this national draft will cause of civil discontent throughout the United States. I think we're already in a world war, but I think people are wrong to say it's World War III. I think this is the collapse of civilization. I think this is a collapse of everything that we've known for the past.
So it's a global bubble popping.
Basically, yeah.
I agree.
Inflation.
Global bubble popping. What's your take on that? Because the only reason I say it is because, this Alex Jones show has a lot of influence, and he went on there yesterday, and that thing is flying on the internet. That information has gone crazy from yesterday. What's your take on that? Make any sense to you, by the way?
I mean, here's the thing: a kernel of truth. Well, there's more. There's a few kernels of truth for sure. I'm going to say first of all, he's wrong with regards to when did this start. The eschatology. The eschatology here that exists is much older than that, and in fact, it goes back probably to the 1820s and 30s. And you have books that were written, and the Jewish perspective obviously always has been this idea that Jesus is coming, right? He hasn't come yet, and that there are certain prophetic things that need to happen for that to occur, for Jesus to come. Meanwhile, the let's say almost parallel in a way, but obviously the different narrative is for Christians is that Jesus already came and that he's going to come again, right? And so but they do in some ways the prophecy coincides, or at least it's been written in some of these books that these end times will coincide with, from the Jewish perspective, that's when Jesus will come, and from the Christian perspective, the end times, and that's, I guess, when the rapture, right? I'm not a biblical scholar, but the idea here is that they, I think that you have players, managers, really.
Otherwise, it's all middle.
Has never been.
Sorry,
and that's all right. You have managers that would love to see this, at least in some sense, usher into reality, and so that's part of what's been driven into. It goes back. I mean, how long has Britain been disturbing the Middle East? Well, since 1880s, 90s. Lawrence of Arabia. When you start to think of all those different the different tropes that have been put out into the the media sphere through movies or Hollywood or whatever. Early Hollywood is really interesting to watch some of the early movies. But these are absolute things that people believe. And then meanwhile, and so what does the eschatology say about that from the Jewish perspective? Well, it involves a greater Israel, a much larger uh, uh, land mass. And so when you think of what does the greater Israel look like, uh, it is quite literally goes all the way up from Turkey. Let me just pull up. I have a map of it, so I can just tell you that it involves a great amount of like just the southern part of Turkey, a fair amount of Syria, if not all of Syria, part of Iraq, part of Iran, almost all of Saudi Arabia, half of Egypt. That's how big Israel would need to be for the prophecy to emerge, or to start to make become a reality. And so there are groups in the government of Israel that actually are very much greater Israel centered. So it is what they believe in their core. Even Mike Huckabee is a greater Israel guy, right? And so if you start to understand where some of these people come from, I'm not saying that this is good or bad or whatever. I'm just saying these is what these people believe. And so, and I think that Netanyahu is either he's a greater Israel, or he's very influenced by that group, right? One or the other. So when you have all these wars that are going on over there, I mean, who's creating these narratives, and who's fanning the flames to this? Guess who, right? It all goes back up through the Hoover to the central narrative that's coming out of the Crown. So it is just part of that narrative, and then you have the Christian side, which comes out of the Zionist side. So I mean, I don't, again, I don't want people to kind of take, especially that particular guy that you played. I've listened
I
to him
think
a
he's a
lot.
little bit of I think he was a little bit of a con man. That's why I've been playing it, because a lot of people are sending it to me as though, "Oh my god, did you hear this?" And I'm
Well,
like, "Gotta diagnose this
I'm
guy."
starting to look at, like, anything that flies across the internet as fast as that has
Yes,
is got something. I mean, who's in control of the internet?
exactly,
And so you
exactly.
go, and even with Alex Jones, I
We're
mean,
starting to mind meld a little bit,
I've
Rick.
listened to Alex Jones before anybody knew or ever heard who he was.
Right.
Back literally when, before 9/11, I knew who Alex Jones was, and I listened to the stuff that he talked about. I listened to what's his face, Cooper.
Yep.
William Cooper, Bill Cooper, and I mean, I've listened to all of those guys. Gary Webb,
Gary Webb?
and Mike Rupert was somebody that a lot of people
I
don't
don't know
remember
that one.
that guy. Into the Wilderness was the website that he had, and he wrote the book called Crossing the Rubicon. It's this thick of a book. It's got a 300-page bibliography, and it was written, I mean, literally within 7 or 8 months. It was published after 9/11. And there is so much information in there that's all accurate and fundamentally, like, you can check because he puts a bibliography and you can look up stuff, which I did. And I had been following all of those people. And, this is, like, again, what also came out around that time was the Da Vinci Code. And you have this formulation of conspiracies that get revealed. And Gary Webb got killed, right? You think
Yeah.
of guys like Alex Jones. Did he get killed? No. Well,
Bill
he's still
Cooper
on.
did.
Bill Cooper got killed. Gary Webb got 2 bullets in the head, right? It was
Huh?
suicide, though. The first one didn't
Didn't
do,
take.
he was like, I got to do 2 just in case, to make sure I'm dead. These are just some of the most ridiculous things when you start to understand everything. But all these people turn out to be right. And that's one of the things. But I'm going to say the old Alex Jones is dead, and the new Alex Jones, I mean, I don't know.
Well, you know what's funny about Alex Jones? And then I got to go, because I got to book my I got to book the venue. Have you got any ideas for that? I got to book my venue for Phil Turney, who's coming in town. We had something we thought was done, and then they changed the price on me by about $9 billion. So I'm like, what are you doing here? You told me on Friday it's one cost, and then it's triple the cost on Monday. What happened here? So I got to find a venue for him today. It's got to be done. So let me read these advertisements. But I was going to ask you, Bill Cooper was kind of in alignment with Alex Jones.
Oh
Then he
yeah, these
started
guys.
speaking out, but he started speaking out against Alex Jones. Then he dies, and Alex Jones basically took over the format. And what Bill Cooper was doing, that turned into Alex Jones, don't you think? I mean, what Bill Cooper was talking about just kind of transferred over to Alex Jones. Alex Jones became the face of all of that material. Yeah,
All of it. I mean,
I
even with
question all that.
these guys had to know each other or maybe talk to each other. Mike Rupert was an LAPD narcotics detective, and he got when he started talking about the CIA was running drugs, crack cocaine into South Central LA. They
Ricky
put him on
Ross.
administrative leave. They
Yeah.
had, he was literally lambasted out of a job and discredited. But at the end of the day, the CIA eventually admitted that. And I think that if we just take that information and just like supplant all of did that ever stop? No, it never stopped. And who was running the CIA at the time, right? And so the intelligence community, where do they get all the money to wage these capital wars, these hot and cold wars, these propaganda campaigns throughout Africa, throughout India, throughout Pakistan, throughout Asia, throughout Southeast Asia? When you start to look at the pervasiveness of all of this chaos, there's money that has to be backing that, and it's all coming from arms trafficking, drug trafficking,
Sex
and
trafficking,
oil. I
human
mean,
trafficking.
control of the besides, it's like liquid gold, right? Black gold is
Texas A.
oil. So that was like the original commodity that all of a sudden everything was run on all of these things. And this is where we'll put a pin in it. But what is Trump doing since he's been in office the first time? If you go back and you find out all the things that he did in his first term, and then the things that he did right at the end of his first term after the election, and then you look at the potential for who was doing things potentially behind the scenes while Biden was president. And I'm going to say I'm not 100% there yet in that. Let's just call that a hyphen, which some people have, right? There's a hyphen between 40, 45, and 47. So what happened during the hyphen? And then we go 47 and we go, what has he done? And he's been pretty darn busy in a year and a half. And I go, okay, well, I don't really have another horse to bet on at this point. I really don't. And I really do think that when I look at all the evidence and the people like, I can't pronounce his name as Zhang or Yang or whatever.
Yeah. Professor
Um,
Zhang.
Professor Zhang. There we go. And so, very interesting guy. He comes from a place of authority, like he's a mathematician, I think, or something. He's talking about game theory, so everybody likes game theory. It's really game theory is just a new wrapper around realism. But there's some new stuff to it in the sense that it's easy for me to see the realism underneath game theory. But at the end of the day, I mean, I say thank God I'm a Christian. I see a lot of evidence. Uh, there's a really interesting poem that I just have to read really quick. It says, "Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there. When the soul lies down in the grass, the world is too full to talk about. Ideas, language, even the phrase each other doesn't make sense." Um, there's a guru out there that I forget his name, but somebody said, "How do you treat others?" And he said, "There are no others." So we're all part of the same, genetic. I mean, at least conceivably, most of us are part of the same DNA. Maybe there's some lizard people out there. We're not sure, right? You
We'll
know,
explore
wherever.
that. We'll
I'm
explore
just
that
throwing it
another
out
time.
there because you left out what's his face,
David Icke.
David Icke, David Icke. So
How good is that, huh? I read your mind.
so, but we're all, we're all one. Okay, Jesus said that we're all, we are one, and we are one with the Father, and the Father is one with me, right? And so, and these other people who aren't, what I read was not from a Christian, but he was so steeped in quote unquote God, and he was a nomad, and he was just going across the desert writing poetry. So, and he just had this connection to whatever God is, right? And I'm a Christian, so I believe in the story of the Bible. Other people believe other things, but that doesn't make us not one, right?
Mhm.
There isn't such a thing as two. That's basically where I'm coming from. And so I really mean this. I said, thank God I'm a Christian, because all of this stuff, it could be very scary. I look for the positive. When we see these things race across the internet, I get very suspicious. And it
Me
doesn't matter
too.
what they are. What's racing across the internet also this week? Oh, Besant is gonna, the dollar's gonna go down. That's what I started out by saying. And I'd rather be an optimist, right? And be wrong than be a pessimist and be right. And so if somebody's going to win, it's going to be the optimist, is the guy who wins typically, rather than the person who's the pessimist. And honestly, the only one who can win is the optimist in this story. And so I'm very fundamental when it comes to those things. There's lots of stuff that we can look behind us in the rearview mirror, and we can go, I really want to get away from that stuff. Or we can look through the windshield and decide where we want to go, right?
That's
And
where
so
I'm at.
that's really what I think
So I
is
don't stress out
important.
on any of it, Rick. I don't stress out on any of it. I see you got to look at both sides. If you're somebody who's into the politics of the day, or the religion of the day, or the institutions of the day, if you're into those things, it's just conversation, and then you start to see where things are going because you're focused on it. That's the way I look at it. I always say, when people
Yeah,
say,
yeah.
you're looking at things in a negative light or this thing, and I said, no, I'm just observing it. I'm observing it, because if I stay focused on the observations, over time I'll start to see reality in a clearer path, so long as I stay focused on what we're looking at. But I don't, I'm not stressed out about any of it, quite honestly. I might ought to be, but I'm not. I'm optimistic like you. I think that I think our political structure in the United States must change at some point. I think there's too much
It is
anxiety in
it
this
is on
country.
the verge
Crazy.
of collapse, honestly. The
Yes.
the people that are rising, like your previous guest, her name is Ashley.
Ashley Awney. Yeah.
Ashley
She's the
Awney.
minority leader for the Democrat Party.
Wow. So, so I mean, I knew she was a Democrat. I didn't know she was that high up in that regard. But you have somebody who's just trying to be intellectually honest. I mean, that's what is rising in this story that we see. There are two stories. There's the narrative that's being crammed down our throat, like we're whatever that dish is, um, the duck.
Duck.
Um, where they pump the duck full of fat and then they serve it up cold. Um,
I don't know what that's
it's
called.
just escaping me, the French word right now. It's disgusting, but basically they have the duck sitting there, and he's just being force fed a bunch of fat for his entire life, and then they kill the duck and they serve it up as a cold dish. That it's anyway, it's
You
foie
think
gras.
about that.
That's what
Let me get this
it's
out.
called, foie gras.
It sounds disgusting. Let me get this advertising in, and then I got to close it down for the day. And pray for me
Okay.
today. I have got to get a venue put to bed. This is crazy. Been at this for a month. It is insanely expensive
And
for a
when do you
venue.
need it?
September the 18th. I might call you for some advice on that, because
Yeah,
I got.
we found you a venue before that you ended up using. So
Yeah, exactly. RackCustomCoatings.com. This is for industrial spaces, retail spaces, family owned and operated since 2001. Again, this is our good friend Rich McQuay. I like it for the garages, but if you're looking for flooring for industrial spaces, hangars, schools, you name it, RackCustomCoatings.com. That's your place to go. You can reach him at 636-398-5040. Rack, RAK, CustomCoatings.com. You'll love the flooring. It's fantastic. And then Valvoline Express Care, Our good friend Tony Clark, 15 minutes from bay to on your way. When it's time for an oil change, it's always Valvoline Express Care. If you need coupons, Valvoline-expresscare.com. Go on there, get your coupons, and get an oil change from my good friend Tony Clark. Highland, Illinois, locations. Highland, Illinois, Warrenton, Missouri, Cape Girardeau, Missouri, St. Peters Parkway, Mid Rivers Mall Drive, Troy, Illinois, and Lemay Ferry Road. And then we have gracehauling.com. These guys apologize for the late notice on the advertisements. It was a crazy day. I was not expecting to fit in Bishop Strickland, so that kind of changed the day around, but I only had one opportunity to interview him, and I wanted to get that in. Gracehauling.com, gracehauling.com, gracehauling.com. This is our guy. He's been around us forever. So whether it be commercial or residential, you got to use gracehauling.com. Been around since 1998. Pride themselves on outstanding customer service and competitive pricing. Gracehauling.com. But for the grace of God, as he likes to say, he would not have such a thriving business. And then finally, you know this one. When it's time for lunch, it's Tuesday. When it's time for lunch or it's time for dinner, it's Moe's Pizza, a landmark in Washington, Missouri, at the corner of Grand and 5th Street. Delicious pizza and salad bar, chicken wings, sandwiches, burgers, ice cream. They got it all for you. And if you have any banquets coming up, any kind of gatherings coming up, Moe's has great banquet space available for you. Family operation. So it's family centric. Birthday parties, anniversaries, political meetings, or Bible studies. It's always Moe's Pizza. Great people, great environment, great restaurant, great food. Moe's Pizza, a landmark in Washington, Missouri. When it's time for lunch, get there. All right. Rick, next time we get into do you want to be do you have time throughout the week to be a panel guest? I'm putting these panel positions together to where we take a topic and we get multiple different opinions, because I kind of know where you're coming from on certain things, and get I really want to have panel discussions as a part of our show. If by the way, Dolly Parton died. Did you see that?
No, I did not.
My mother-in-law
I love
loves Dolly
her.
Parton.
Oh my gosh.
My mother-in-law loves Dolly Parton.
Monica
Dolly
too. I mean,
Parton,
my wife and I love her.
rest in peace. She passed away during the show, according to John Grady, and he would not lie to me. Dolly Parton, rest in peace, Dolly Parton. Wow.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
She was a wonderful spirit, as I understand it.
Mhm.
But if you want to be a panel guest, I'm going to reach out to you, and then we'll get you
Yeah,
on.
the only day that's tough for me is Thursdays. So
Rainy days and Thursdays always get you down.
no, I just have
I'm
a
thinking
lot
about doing
going
it on
on.
Friday. Friday's the day.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. All right. I'll reach out to you. Have a
All
great
right,
one, my
sounds
friend.
good.
You got it. Enjoy the day.
Thanks. Bye.
See you,
You
buddy.
too.
All right, everybody. That's it. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. on the Rob Carter Show. Have a great day.